Hello, welcome to yet another commentary series. This time I'm going to do it for the only comic book I've created, and those may or may not have encountered this, whether it was on YouTube or even my TikTok. But yeah, it's so when I was still interested in the pixel kind of approach, after the animated films not doing particularly well, I decided to go for like a different approach, because we've seen better pixelated animations before, but I'm not sure if you've ever seen an 8-bit comic book ever. So uh, this my attempt is less than 60 pages, and yeah, it takes place, as shown here, 60 years after Xeinfor's defeat, which means takes place after the main pentology of my Haphazard Legion series. Yeah, I definitely would advise you to have a look at the thing, whether it's the either the storybooks or the novels can help catch you up, even if the novels have way more detailed. But yeah, but I won't watch animations. I'm scrapping that. Anyway, so yeah, so let's talk about each page. And so this planet actually was introduced in the novel in book one. I've kind of forgotten the name of the planet, but it's home of these elephant seals like aliens, which, as the novel describes, they're far more malleable compared to more just like more able to move around better, because you know how elephant seals are normally like, just using their body to awkwardly move about, but not these ones. They're very flexible, and they have all sorts of other unique features, like, well, they hard back and they can speak as well, so that's neat. This did I don't think I've ever given this entity a name. There should be a real like drawing of it on my Instagram, what it actually looks like without the pixel approach. That's what I've done with all my characters. I think that even the elephant seals are kind of present, except the one I praised drawn was an actual one with armor, but in this case it's the actual alien, but just carrying over that colour scheme. And let's address the elephant in the room. Yes, one problem I've come across when looking back at it, like months later, is too many spaces or no spaces, which causes this. That's been the only take space problems I've come across. Not to mention the speech bubbles can be inconsistent at times. The corner there is the only time a corner piece is done, and this is just simply because of the information. So, and when it comes to reading them, like any comic book, sometimes you just have to scatter around, and then you're like, okay, I can see the order of the speech. But I've either try and go for a left to right approach or a top to bottom kind of approach, and this one kind of does both, where you read that, and then you go down to this one, that one, and that one. But anyway, let's break down the text first. So yeah, we know how long it's been, and it's also addressed that despite take place 60 years later, they just look the same as they do in like the storybook, for instance. Yeah, because of how simple the style is, it's yeah, you can't really demonstrate aging. You would have to like really mix up the colours, but I didn't really want to make the characters do different, especially when I'm going for a more limited colour scheme. But anyway, yeah, 6 years after the defeat, and yeah, the Legion has continued to be a galaxy protecting force, which yeah, that's definitely the approach I like to go for, because we've all experienced stories where after take place years later and everything's just fell apart, because if someone like badly written like a sequel for my Pentiology, they're probably like, oh, let's just split them all apart and not provide much context. But I'm just gonna, just go for it. That decided to go for a much wiser approach by, having them stick together, because you can still, create conflict, and maybe it could be a cool idea to have the Legion split, but it will have to be a far more reasonable reason for why this should be the case. But anyway, this is almost like a normal routine almost. So we have a Legion fighting entity. So as Pod says here, it's genetically modified. Or no, it doesn't really say that, but yeah, he's meant to be genetically modified. Not really a living being, but he's just extremely tough, extremely powerful. Those are meant to be flames, and that's oh, okay, maybe this is like a fiery type of lightning, because if you remember from my original Pentiology, there's 4 types of elements which are represented as life is lime green, air is dark blue, fire is water is light blue, and Hemota, which is earth, that's like a jade green. And that's not always the case, but that tends to be the general like colour scheme I like to represent every now and again. But yeah, so yeah, they're definitely a Foreigners water based creature. And not to mention, I'm surprised that I didn't make Pod's Trident ice, because his Trident was destroyed in the 4th book, and unless he's managed to create a new one, maybe that's what I'm probably going to go for an approach of, because I would like to continue filling the gaps of my story, because there's so much to explore. And yeah, got to receive Hailwolf 5, unfortunately, but at least yeah, if I guess if they like looking hard enough, then there you go. But yeah, Hailwolf was introduced in book 2. She's the alien who can turn into another life form. In this case, it's a Haywan, which is a like a massive wolf-like creature. So she's minding the beam, and this is Haphazard who's introduced in book 3, and them two kind of have a bit more of a friendship, especially with spending some time together in the 5th book. And oh yeah, if you're wondering, yeah, just only referring to the Pentiology so far, because even if I've got other stories planned, just only keep those in mind. And this is Rectra, who was also introduced in book 5. And I guess it to give you more of a run through. So you get what Hailwolf is. Pasnos is a dual wielder, and he can also create astral bodies, and he can also use astral bodies to enhance his strength. And Fletcher is the kind of being who has trick arrows from a crossbow, except each special arrow results in that's cool special effects from either of the 4 elements, but I don't think you really get to see that, unfortunately. But yeah, this is a new face. He's called Botan, I think. He's basically a rock type alien. But yeah, it's just I've come up with so many characters when I was younger, and he was originally like a ninja, like a rock themed one, who I just simply called Rock Turtle, because he can also turn to a turtle as well. But I've made him an alien, and he stands out quite well enough, with being grey and a yellowish green, almost like Shrek's skin colour. And with the rock he's lifting up, he can kind of infer what his ability is like. So yeah, there's that. And yeah, the mention of the captain, that means that's referring to Nicole, but because it's 60 years later, you can definitely tell she's aged, as you'll see later on. But as for the rest of the aliens, they've aged like slower and better, and they're able to fight for much longer. Unlike Nicole, who she's an old lady now, but she's still able to command extremely well. And yeah, so yeah, Hill was minding that attack. He's trying to go for a jab. And Pod has always been written as the kind of character who doesn't normally like killing, but he would do it if he has to, but because this one's an artificial life form, he's less hesitant to do that, especially as he's causing some destruction. I guess it just raises a question of why is this even happening? My guess is I don't know. I'm just filling some headcanon. I do apologise, but I will stick to that narrative in other media. But I think it's just one of those cases where they've he caused some trouble. Whoever sent him, probably the evil team, which you will see later on, and then just caused some mayhem. The Legion are drawn here, and then as you'll see later on, something bad happens to Botan over there. And sorry, I'm good. So yeah, and as you can tell, this one's definitely the more important one. This demonstrates interaction, and this is like some background information, giving residents a voice, and seeing the power of this being too, and just seeing some familiar faces and even a new one. So yeah, that's definitely that one in a nutshell. So yeah, we've got about less than 70 to go. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, so onto the following page, and as I like to be as concise as possible, and with the last one, just establishing what kind of what's currently happening, what's the day-to-day routine like, who are we currently focusing on at the moment. So yeah, and then the next page is just a very good next bit of information. I just suddenly noticed there's a bit of white there, because how I create them is that they're done on a Photoshop document with an extremely small amount of pixels, which creates their pixelated look, which you can easily find YouTube tutorials of. And then they screenshotted the white backgrounds removed, and you could just place them wherever, like a chessboard, which is it takes some time. Anything does, but it's nice and easy to do. But yeah, it looks like the background is not quite rid of, and not to mention Pod was ever so tricky to because instead of just like selecting the background and just wipe it off, with Pod I have to be a bit more careful because of being white there. And for those who do not know, he's a humanoid orca basically. It looks like he's taking a hit. My residents are watching. You can see no one there. And I do try and be careful, like where the speed bubbles are placed, but I guess there are like cases where they do get, covered or in the way, and there has been some labouring problems as well later on. But oh well. And this is also the only case of a split like that. And here's another space. So an elesol. So that's the elephant seal creature, and so it's meant to be a space there, so it's meant to say elesol's trapped. But because that's just the name of the race, that would definitely confuse some people. But yeah, here's Nicole. You could definitely tell she's aged, and you could definitely tell it's a walkie-talkie, and it's communicating, and they're communicated by earphones that have cameras. Definitely an idea I always wanted to do, because if Nicole's going to guide everyone, she needs to know what to see. And I had this idea of like seeing multiple screens and being able to like still be present, but that we have no proper visual of. He could just infer it, and he's meant to be kneeling, but it does look a bit awkward, which also demonstrates another downside of the escalated approach. Sometimes not every position is clear, and it's also worth mentioning that when you like try and create detail, it sometimes meshes a bit, especially like around tears. You can't really tell because of the greyness there, because as fun as it is to create these oversimplifying characters, it's just knowing when to place the detail, make sure it doesn't clash, and I think that is just an art in itself. which I'm still working on. I think it's meant to be like a sandy section, I think, because it's different from the rocks there. Anyway, so yeah, so you could definitely tell he's another Legion member, brand new. The fight over there is having some problems, but yeah, so that's going on. So the focus is almost on him, and then from this line there, that's hints more of something's about to happen. But yeah, this not being always there, I think yeah, for this to be a one-off, I guess it does make the page stand out, but yeah, for it not to happen much, yeah, maybe there could have been more of them, but it's just depending what kind of story progression is needed. And yeah, I think that's all I can say for this one. Yeah, let's move on. I say some of you may have a question of, if this is meant to be a comic book, then why is it not in sections, like in the previous page? And I think, not gonna lie, I think I've really struggled to, because you have to like really plan for like all of the angles and how the story progresses. And as you can tell, especially from the storybook I've made, I seem to be more used to the idea of one image equals one scene, one story progression, multiple storytelling elements all in one page. I seem to be that kind of person. I would like to have a go with a proper comic book approach, but I think I just need more tips on how to section all of that properly. But yeah, regardless, yeah, this is just a small scene, so he's defeated. He doesn't really get named again, but I suppose that's normal for in a story where a day-to-day moment happens, only for it to be sidelined because of the main plot going on. And yeah, I think it would have been nice to address him again, and yeah, definitely bring him up in another story, I suppose. Oh yeah, this is Airwolf. Yeah, just back to her normal form. Yeah, communicated to the captain that the mission's done. And oh yeah, because at the end of book 5, he leads his race, the Morphils, but it looks like maybe they're doing other things in the meantime, because they probably would be capable of doing that. Does scattering all over the galaxy, which that does bring up a thought, because at the end of the story, all of the planets get trapped at a point where no more additional alliances could come about, which means the Morphals could be trapped too. So yeah, that could have been addressed. And maybe they could have been, I don't know, it's just that one entity they had to fight for. It's not like it's a whole army of them and the other Morphals are in the planet. No, yeah, I should have addressed that. But I would like to answer all of my questions when it comes to my own fictional universe. Anyway, so yeah, just wondering where Botan is at, and yeah, just showing that they're kind of concerned for him, even though only Nicole interacted with him, which once again it's a bit of a downside for a storybook approach like this. And also the downside of simplifying the story. But not only do I want to be like more efficient, but you don't want like your audience to read hundreds of pages, because yeah, I just want to stuff them. No, just like give them like too much to keep track of, because just like one miniature story at a time, even if I can address story bits and bobs around this current story. Yeah, so Rock succeeded. Looks like Pod's given the final finishing blow. You can definitely tell he's nearly blended with the background, so that's not very helpful. So yeah, yeah. Let's move on to the next page. Okay, so On to the next page. So I vaguely remember like another page of the lot mourning Botan's death, but I think when I was just trying to simplify the story as much as possible, I think it's like one of those occasions of creating a sense of dread, only to then see like post the aftermath of it. So yeah, it's just jumped to um, the detective having a look. So with this oversimplified story, I've so because if you remember in the 5 books, there's a lot of effort creating character arcs for the 3 main characters, which is Sammy, Nicole, and Pod. But because of how short the story is, it doesn't really have that much emphasis because people say, oh, you need to give character arcs all the time, but you really don't. It's just as long as your characters are consistent and there's enough going on and it's structured well, then that's like the main thing. But if anything, I think the detective does have some kind of progression, and so do a couple of other new characters. And I think the new characters do get a bit more the forefront, despite me making sure that the older characters have enough to do. So yeah, I think it's well balanced enough in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, just more emphasis on the newer team, and it makes sense to give them a bit more of a change at the end, especially when the old Legion are far more wiser and everything. But yeah, I remember like was it earlier this year? Yes. I've been inspired by a lot of characters who are extremely headstrong, very they like to show off their knowledge, liking to test people despite limited abilities. Yeah, I've just been very interested in creating that kind of archetype, and Data here is the key to it. Yeah, I've got a whole ton of story ideas for her. Well, that's for everyone. Even an origin story for Botan, perhaps. Um, anyway, so let's start from Fletcher's line here. So so that's another interesting idea I have, where in the future, because if you have this Legion going across the universe, of course there's going to be backlash and everyone not agreeing. Um, but yeah, I have this idea where there has been like some new alliances, even a couple of new members, but as you can somewhat infer, there have been losers, new members time to time, and Botan has been the latest in a long list. And I do try and make the sizing as consistent as possible, whether the human ones are a bit more level, and you have like the bigger ones who I try and make the same as well. But yeah, this is meant to be like the foreground. But yeah, I just hope Botan's size is a bit more consistent throughout, despite his limited pages. But yeah, let's go on to here. So DCI, which is a very high rank, detective, constable, inspector. So yeah, just a very experienced detective. It's almost like one below commissioner or something. It's that high, and I think I've made the character to be like 30 or 40, but can you even reach that rank at that age? I'm not sure. Even Nicole in the original Pentology is about 30 or 40, so yeah. So yeah, some similarities, but still a lot of differences as well, especially with their occupations, because Nicole's a soldier and she's a detective, and as you'll find out later on, she isn't like the kind of person who likes battling. And there is definitely more of an explanation to her with the ideas I have for her, but at this point, you can just infer that she's all about the knowledge. And by Nate's a new character as well. You would have seen him, all over my Instagram, even a YouTube video where, I've got my own character with a variety of personalities, and with where he is at the moment, he's just like an assistant for Andata, and yeah, with her multiple personalities, it means way more knowledge, way more ways to assist all of the cases. And yeah, because I remember when I was just in the early drafts of my story, Bionic was almost like part of a miniature alien trio who saw the Legion every now and again, but yeah, I think that the approach kind of wore off. There's still an idea that can be used, but it's definitely not involving Bionet considering what position he's in, and he's part of this new era now, and yeah, so we know her name, we know someone else is going to help with the case. Gonna have a look, because it's a mystery on how, why and how he's been taken down, and she then jabs at the team, which means she's not always very friendly, like a bit stuck up, not afraid to speak out her opinions, but yeah, it just adds to more about how this has been a pattern with these new members going. And then yeah, Pod is definitely the character who doesn't like being judged, but all of the insecurity in the first 5 books is definitely not present. And but yeah, you can see that after Zone 4, everything has nearly altered the entire universe. Everything has been relatively more smaller scaled, but as Potter says here, it just has been slowly scaling back up again. And yeah, it's just becoming way more dangerous, especially with more people involved, whether it's more joining the Legion or this new evil team countering it. And yeah, it's just so yeah, you can learn various bits and bobs of her already, and the others as well. Just seeing how they interact, even if everyone doesn't get to interact with one another, which is a bit of a shame, but oh well. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, so this is basically how Andata and Bionator work together. So that's meant to be a bed, by the way. Once again, this pixelated approach with things overlapping, pixelated, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, things can be a bit unclear, but he's still lying down, so you can sort him there. And apparently he's been burnt, but can't really tell. Oh well. And this is a comic book thing. I haven't read many comics, but I definitely remember the method where just go one by one, because if these speech bubbles are meant to be different things, that kind of gives you the idea of just reading one by one. And yeah, they've got screen as well. I was just trying to think what this arrow is, but I think it's referring to how but when Binote examines the body and the other personalities, he could tell that it was burnt by a lighter, not burnt through supernatural means, which does narrow it down a bit, because there's probably all sorts of, well, I guess in this universe you could definitely tell if the fire is artificial or not. And yes, fire is blue in this universe, even if I have introduced orange from time to time, but yeah, that's how it goes. So yeah, so Anata's wondering what's going on, and yeah, you can definitely, that Spinate he's hanging upside down, and which can't really, you won't know that at first until later on, of course, because you would think that that's what he actually looks like, but no, he's only upside down. And yeah, he has a sadder look, and then she says that you could definitely tell looks around the surroundings. They've got a type of footprint as well, so that further narrows it down. And so yeah, just kind of cool to see their dynamic and how they analyse it. Yeah, it's just interesting. And then we have a finishing off point where, well, yeah, this is the base as well. And even if I, don't really count those pixelated animations anymore, I still like to carry over bits and bobs of them. This is what the floor on the walls of the Legion building look like. Or is it the base, or has the base taken on the Legion building's design? I think I'm going to say all in one, I think. But yeah, so Barnett and Dada have their own room, and they can have a look at cases like this, and then they'll go on now what Undata's well, just like a word with her. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what she is needed for. So yeah, let's go and have a see. Alright, so this is definitely one of those plot kicking off kind of scenes. So there's an investigation going on. They find out who's killed Botan, and something else I thought of is that unless this is one of their first cases, which I think might be, because there has been no mention of her talking about other Legion members that have gone. And so yeah, I think definitely her first case if that's not been addressed. Yeah, still like to maintain a good narrative. Anyway, so Nicole here is like, whilst you're on investigation, have a go and collect these beings as well. And I guess this is what the Morphils could have done instead, or any other alliance. But if the detective has been going out about on her own, which we can somewhat infer as well, because I have like a couple of ideas on, story ideas of her solving cases on her own, but it looks like in this case, God is like, you can fetch some allies along the way, especially, because it will a lot help protect her, especially if she's not the battling type. But this is not really addressed, but definitely something I like to stick to and create a inference of. Right, so that's the first bubble. So yeah, she's wondering about it. And main 4, that who we saw earlier, you'll see the main 4 basically find more out about this new evil team taking everyone down. You can later find out what they were planning. Although thinking about it, one day, because I wonder how this must have all been rather recent. If this is starting to create questions of, I wonder what else they're planning, or if some Legion members have been taken down, why do that and not just stick to the plan? But I think that's something I would like to address more of as well in another story, maybe a novel version of this, who knows. Because my last novel definitely made the storybooks a lot better. So the main 4 are going to do some bits and bobs, and maybe this new evil team, they've just come and announced, but they never really knew who they are, to which fair enough, especially if this is starting to become recent. Should help form a map. A map for the main 4, more idea of the galaxy, or help with the investigation. Am I a map? I've understood the lot. Hopefully it might come to mind, but unless she's talking about it metaphorically, just like an outline, or maybe it's a way of saying help with the investigation. But she's like 4 of them, and then yet to find out what Sammy's been up to, and he's with someone at the moment elsewhere, and the detective also has a spaceship, so I can infer that she's been training on Earth, and she goes all around for investigations, which yeah, once again, just have loads of ideas for her in that regard. And but yeah, let's have a look at the screen. So we have I kind of who's is it Zivot? I think. Yeah, he's basically an alien who likes to be like a zookeeper for all sorts of alien creatures, which you'll see later on. And he has a walkie stick with a anchor on top. He has a cool sword, a peg leg that's made of a blade, and he has a tail. So yeah, he shares some pirate-like qualities. Yeah, he's like a mixture because I've once come up with a character of the blade leg, the sword, and even an anchor on top of a staff. But whilst I've created like pirate themed creatures in that manner, or characters, probably more human related. Now I've created a more of a light-hearted alien, which is now kind of neat. Yeah, this is Out Night, who you might have seen on my Instagram. He used to be a being who is like gothic horror themed, just like a ghostly entity. But I think we've seen the archetype loads of times. But Out Night now is a Numian like Hellwolf, but unlike an average Numian who transforms into other creatures, he looks like he's got a part of the source, and that's how he summons spirits, which you definitely will see more of. And all of these are otters, and I have a great couple of story ideas for them, which I'll do later on. But this is definitely an intentional choice to introduce them there, make people think like, oh, how cool are they? And then, create their origin story, and then definitely another story involving them that, which will be kind of cool. And as far as I'm intending, it's thanks to the Titans, after Seinfeld's defeat, the Titans help bring back a whole new set of races from extinction, probably even new ones, new species. And whilst there probably would be otters in this earth, also a cool idea for them to interact. The otters have their own planet and still made up of the 15 types of otters. In actuality it's 13, but not only is there another prehistoric otter called a Potamotherum, but there's even another type of prehistoric otter that used to be like the size of a big cat, which funny enough is in that story but not on here yet. But yeah, I have a Eurasian otter who the clothing is made up of seaweed, and he has these they're meant to be axes, but because of the limited pixel style, this weapon for now it still stands out. This is a Congo clawless otter. He's a blind character and he has a blade. This is a giant otter who has the ability to grow and shrink his body, because I used to always love the idea of an actual giant otter, and to having become a giant, especially later on in the story. I just think that's cool. That's a sea otter who I'm presenting the sea otters in a different way compared to the other otters in the story ideas I have for them. And he has a spear-like weapon, even a seaweed whip, and they wear bones for armor. So a bit more of a scavenging approach. This is an Asian small-clawed otter, ones which you would have seen a lot of in zoos. And he has the ability to clone, or the entire race do. And he has a normal stick of wood with leaves on, and you could definitely tell he's smaller. And this is a neotropical otter, except I've been inspired by because I have a whole heap of Cully otters as a collection, which I don't think it could be fun to share one day. But I have like one chunky otter, and it's kind of inspired by this. Granted, all of the otters are pretty much like extremely similar, so I don't think the neotropical ones are like this buff ones, but it's just how I like to interpret them, especially to make each otter stand out in both their size and design and such. So that's all the characters. You'll see them a lot later. But regardless, yeah, this is pretty much what helps start off the plot, and well, some plot bits and bobs. And obviously this is the same outside of the base, and it's probably Retron's office that Nicole now owns, so that's cool. So yeah, let's move on. Hopefully, well, despite before posting these creatures, you'll see what all of these look like in reality. But you know, as you know, they're in a pixelated form. But yeah, this is Zivit. This is a spaceship full of alien creatures, and despite being a bit scattered, you can tell that it has a second floor, main floor, even some natural land, and all of these creatures seem to be mixing together. Because I've been mixed between either creating a literal zoo or somewhere where animals have like stay temporarily, and I think I'm more leaning towards the second option, considering the plans I have for Zivit. And this is meant to be space, once again an art style which I carried over from my pixelated animations, but I think I will be making space a lot better than this. I don't really remember the names of the creatures, although roughly. This is an elephant one, that's a quick four-legged one. That one I think has the ability to dig, but regardless just has bigger arms. That's a squid one, more of a surface swimmer. This one's an underwater swimmer. I don't know why they're both on land, but oh well. These creatures are the source of force fields in this universe, just like a shell-based creature, for someone's force fields. These are critters, definitely creatures I've made up a long time ago, just a collection of insects that can do all sorts. And then this is Zivit's main animal, just like a flying one with a wing. And then this is my equivalent to a werewolf, a Varov. Okay, yeah, cool to be reminded. But yeah, as you can see, thanks to the colour matching, as if it says, we've injected with this type of serum, basically any type of alien can become one, which is a really interesting concept. And anyway, yeah, so she's the so Zivit's the first person to go for, or first alien to go for, first ally to go for. Yeah, probably the easiest. But yeah, as you see later on, Zivit seems to like to use animals to aid his quest. Whilst he's really nice and helpful towards them, he does find ways to make them assist him, which does have its pros and cons, which is kind of highlighted later. But once again, because it's oversimplified, the themes are the kind of minimalistic, a bit like an average storybook. But yeah, it'll just be really nice to explore more of that idea. Right. So yeah, I think we can infer that she's mentioned Nicole and what's going on, and she's like, oh, this is not my idea, by the way, I'm just trying to help a friend. So yeah, she just seems like to put the blame on others, to which fair enough. It's a bit of a spacing problem, but never mind. Oh yeah, so yeah, he seems to. I think this is their only way of transporting, because if it's the one with the spaceship, then yeah, they do travel in this spaceship, which you can see the outside of later on. But we never see the characters like interact in this very spaceship, which is a bit of a shame. Oh wait, no, does. Oh, hang on, no, everyone travels in the detective's jet, but Zivit's spaceship does later come to them, probably through drone mode, or maybe one of the animals drove it. I guess we'll wait and see. So yeah, he's oh yeah, he can spawn them whenever. So yeah, that adds to how he can involve them in various combat situations or any other situation. So yeah, it looks like she's not against the idea of using these animals, to which fair enough. If it's more alliances and more help, then yeah, fair enough. And yeah, so it almost looks like she's the kind of character who wants others to do the bidding for her, because not only is her, well, I think I have the idea for her to be more combat able, but I think not only does she not want to show that off, especially with an alter ego, which I've thought about her, for her, um, but yeah, as mentioned, yeah, she just seems to, want others to do that kind of bidding, and not to mention, I've even had that history idea where, because of someone close to her dying, she wants to step back from both fighting, otherwise it will bring those memories up. But yeah, none of that is highlighted in this story. It's just another time, I suppose. And yeah, this sets up the serum. Yeah, I think it would have been nice to see a response, but yeah, you just have to be so selective with what you can say. But I think this is just like a open question. Will the detective need the serum or not? And so yeah, it's a lot of clutter around this area, isn't it? Yeah, to like look really closely. Well, not to mention you don't really see the creatures that much, other than one or two. Which is a bit of a shame, because they do have a whole heap of story potential. Once again, I could do that in another story. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, so this is a page I really like, because I think a lot of people get this feeling of, after creating this grand story, as such as my Legion and Haphazard Legion story, how can you can like create other ideas, especially after spending multiple years focusing on just one story. And I remember thinking, I thought I was completely burnt out with ideas, even if I've had these service level character ideas. But that's where, once again, it's kind of minimal, but I thought of, quite an interesting rivalry where, you have Zivit, who likes to use currently living animals to benefit him. Out Knight here likes to use spiritual animals, and whilst both have their pros and cons, I decided to frame it as more so as Out Knight being in the right, because I think he does go through like some change, but definitely not as much as them two. But spoiler alert, I suppose. But as if it becomes the next wielder for this sword, just learning that these spirits are happy to help, and they're also far more efficient than that. Even if interacting with spirits and summoning them does have its downsides, because I think these spirits, I guess it's oh yeah, is it like generating another of the same species entirely, or is it nabbing someone from the afterlife? I'm going to see more of the first one, I think. That makes a bit, less convoluted. Anyway, so Zivit is more willing to come along, unlike Out Knight here, so he's been roaming about on his own, but once again, that's not really highlighted in the story, and I don't know what planet this is on, but that's kind of cool, even if it's a bit over detailed and you don't always see who's who. So yeah, for Hailwolf's race, so if those remember what Hailwolf's race is normally like, for someone to go outside of it and almost like re-represent for what the Nemean does, then yeah, just a cool idea from me. He doesn't even dress like one, despite the cape and that. And it looks like he wears something over the gi as well, because that's the same colour as what Hailwolf wears. So yeah, it looks like he doesn't really agree with the Nemean way of things. Once again, that could do with expanding. Yeah, and that's referencing Zivit controlling various beings. And yeah, you can highlight, see, well, so far what his power is like, but that's yet to be demonstrated. Yeah, even if I'm sticking to that first idea of just spawning new, just entirely, new races, instead of uh, beings that have previously lived. I think the idea still applies, because this spiritual realm or whatever I'm gonna come up with, yeah, just the way it's been interacted, yeah, I can see that as if it's not really a fan of that. Anyway, so despite leading the investigation, she is aware of who's boss. Just using the captain to like scare them both almost. Just knuckle them down a bit. Knuckle them down. That's what I said. And yeah, I had 2 alliances so far. She's just like, oh, you're definitely coming with us. Whether you like it or not. So that's that. And Barnett's found a lead, and he would have been the kind of I'm intending for Barnett to look around all over the galaxy for various information, and that's this new era for the Legion. That's how the Legion get these new calls and that, because I think in the original Pentology, I think the collabtors they wore, I think that highlights which planet is in trouble, and whilst the collabtors, the wrist devices are probably still a thing, even if it's not been mentioned at all in the story. Yeah, I think I'd still like to apply that they exist, but not to mention the previous era also had Dion, who is no longer around. He was a metallic entity that traveled all over the galaxy. You could definitely analyze all the problems going on around. Well, as long as there's technology is involved, the way you can analyze in that. But it looks like Binate's almost like the next generation Dion, to scan all around for dangers and that. But yeah, it looks like he's found a lead for Andata, which is nice. And it can somewhat infer by now that a lot of traveling is going to be involved, and this is the kind of characters to focus on, which is kind of cool. Just so kind of new direction, especially this is like another era, because I have a pre-Pentology era as well, and I even thought of a couple of side stories, and even like post this story, like even later. But yeah, we'll see what I'm able to achieve. So yeah, they have a rivalry, and tells them to get on regardless. Yeah, this is meant to be vegetation, by the way. Yeah, let's move on. Alright, so in this scene, so now Out Knight's on board. They're after a suspect, as mentioned in the previous episode. Yeah, by the way, I think he is floated too much as well. And so yeah, they've been looking for the suspect, and they're in Hash 2 as well, which if you remember in the books, it's the multi-race kind of planet, but like a resort, and yeah, it's just like a place where all sorts of aliens can relax in that, which makes this also a pretty easy hiding area as well. And Borrow here, he's he's meant to wear a almost like a massive poncho, but just thinner, because Andara wears this massive coat, and then he wears more of a sleek, waterproof piece of clothing. But anyway, that's him. That's communicated by her, and apparently more. So yeah, that's going for the idea of having a race who visits all the powers of the elements all at once. Like Fletcher kind of has that with the arrows, but Apollo is a bit more like a miniature design for, with the full amulet, except that Apollo does have his limits, as you'll find out later on. Yeah, it's my Black Top fan, by the way, if this is, if you can hear it, sorry. So yeah, Zivit was about to call one of his animals to go after him, but I was like, I would like to summon this. I think that's a green ape from the Locator Planet, which is also both in the storybook and novel, unless it's just a normal gorilla, but I would have put hair on. So you can assume that that's how it got him. And fortunately, yeah, this weapon of hers is a bit dim, but never mind. But it definitely would be a stun beam whenever she shoots. And so yeah, managed to carry over the Hashchi's look into this comic, and it's just nicely built and it's kind of quirky. And yeah, and thanks to yeah, with how everything's facing this way, we can just see a horror right there. So yeah, I'm kind of impressed with that shot. There's a bit more purpose to it. So yeah, let's move on. Alright, so we can see her gun now a bit more. That's better. I had this idea of her like getting lended mics from Nicole, but no, I don't think that she uses her own weapon here. And yeah, just more of in the hash to just another area. What does Paris say? Okay, so Garo, that's an important name. He leads this new team, which we'll find out. Pretty interesting to go for an anti-Legion team, Mike, because we're in the books, Zion 4 and his clan were already a presence, and they were more. They had like their own focus, but with the Legion getting in the way and becoming the hardest obstacle for them, and that's where they're they then focus on the Legion afterwards. But this gives us the impression that this was like created because of the Legion, and I will say that it's not too deep in the story. It would be quite cool to explore more about the pros and cons about the Legion, being this primary protective force across the universe, whether it's their own pros and cons or their pros and cons affecting other beings throughout the galaxy. But yeah, cool idea to have him be part of that team, maybe to leave him. Oh, I tell you what, because later on he was inspired by how Hailwolf managed to have enough confidence to leave Ozone, especially when she couldn't stay there anymore. And it looks like Apollo's done the same, and to be inspired by her. Not gonna lie, that was a coincidence. I never really planned that, but that's kind of cool. Maybe they should have had like a chat with one another. Although he was away anyway, as you'll see later on. So, missed opportunity. So he's been on the run, so you settle in areas like this. And okay, so when a Legion member was lost much earlier, we can assume that it probably takes place this morning, and probably seems to be aware that their camera was watching him land, and I think he would have still remained inconspicuous, if that's the right word. Trying to be hidden, and maybe he was looking at the camera, all mindful of them, so he doesn't get spotted as easily. He probably wears this coat to hide himself as well. So yeah, that would infer, but it does well enough for them as well. Another missed space there. Did I? Oh, I'm sure I fixed it. I hope I do. I think that's spelt wrong as well. There's no I in there. Sorry about that. Okay, so now she's asking to go back to the lighter thing. So yeah, if it was more artificial fire that got rid of the latest Legion member, then yeah, as a detective, she must ask these things. And it looks like Apollo might have an idea, but regardless, it's interrupted. Probably the three dots should have been there to make it look like he's interrupted them because of something else happening. So yeah, he's pretty much part of this team, but the team is not over yet. Alright, so yeah, not gonna lie, I think this is definitely one of the more busier pages, and yeah, because if I might started something rather innovative, but like any innovation, you must understand it from the off, and one of them is just knowing how to place everything correctly. Because with a drawing, you have a bit more control with the detail and how it contrasts, but because of everything being made up of the same singular pixels and what color they are, that's what I would have to be careful of. And um, so yeah, I think this would have looked better without all of the animals, but I just must have been quite insistent to add them all in. But yeah, if the Zivit does have control of who goes in, I'm not sure why they're all let out. Maybe it is like meant to be like a funny moment, and maybe they're just free roaming around the ship. They Yeah, because I think they're pretty much the Zivit's allies. Because I gave myself the impression that it was more temporary with looking after them and then sending them off, but now it looks like I think that's what his race might be doing, but it looks like the Zivit's just collecting them for his own benefit. But he's still acknowledging of their welfare, but almost like not enough if he's bringing them to those combat situations. And not to mention, I had this idea of a crowd of aliens, belittling this Naravas here. I forgot his name, but Naravas is his race, and he's the same race as Zynfor, except Zynfor was the last of his kind that died at the end of Book 5. But then with well, yeah, this might definitely be acknowledged in the future. And actually, no, I think the novels mention it that the Titrans will bring back a whole heap of races, and I think the Naravasses have been one of them. And but because of Zynfor's reputation, they're a race that have to be extra cautious. But the idea with this particular Naravas is that he's tired of hiding, and he's going to try and find a way to redefine his race. And as shown later on, one of us does talk about how Dion managed to do that because he was partially associated with the Nitrobots. Well, Dion was a Nitrobot, obviously a more unique one, and sorry, I was doing well, wasn't I? So yeah, just just motion to redefine himself, and so yeah, then Erasmus like do the same if you want this race to be all well and good again. But anyway, yeah, see with the civets animals all around. So it looks like yeah, because obviously the idea of the residents crowded around him and belittling him, that's not the impression we've got. So, but I think at the moment it just looks like the race just left the Zivit ship, and whether teleported or not, because I swear they've all been travelling through her jet, because I think the ship would be in the middle of space. But do the animals have their own access to teleporting? I'm not sure. I feel like I should clarify these things. But yeah, so yeah, I think that's the best thing to go for, because yeah, this is claiming a residence. I think I could have fixed it by making it so that the animals have the control which they shouldn't have, teleporting to where the Zivit is at. But how would they track it? I don't know. Anyway, let's have a look. So yeah, he's friendly, and yeah, he's been stuck. That's meant to say 4 ages. I think that has been fixed recently. Sorry about that. Okay, yes, he's trying to redefine the race. So you're good for him. Nice, cool goal, and a pretty unique team as well. Because I remember after spending like more than, I think pretty much more. What actually no, maybe like more than 2 years on this Legion story. Creating like the definitive Legion team. I was like, am I able to do that again? But I managed to do it quite well, because if just focusing on the 6 that were in Book 5, for example, you have Sammy, who's electric, but he is able to manipulate his own technology. There's Nicole, who's a normal soldier. Pod, who has the power of fire, ice, and water, but also just like the big strong one. Hellwolf has the the wolf form, that's quite quick. Pasmos is a proper blade fighter with his own astral projection like abilities, and then you have Fletcher, who has like a long range variety of attacks, which, so yeah, all of them do stand out in many complex ways. But now we have a detective who's extremely smart, this guy who has many physical animals. Out Knight has, his spirits, which also varies like Zivit, but he's a bit more of a projectile, and not to mention Zivit probably has way more animal knowledge too. And then, Poro has element abilities as well, but he's more of a assault fighter. And then you have the team's big strong fella as well. So yeah, that kind of demonstrates in the following one of the following scenes later on. But yeah, this is already quite an interesting dynamic to have. Zivit and Out Knight are similar by design because, as mentioned, they do have their own conflict. But yeah, outside of this a bag of worms there, yeah, and he's just shocked to see them come back because tales of the Legion would have spread all over the universe, whether they're written or not. And yeah, this is just another area in Hash 2. It did have some more natural areas as far as I can remember. Did the clouds help? And that's meant to be the sea. Yeah, it is extremely puzzling. It is worth mentioning these speech bubbles aren't always neat as well. So I think that kind of lets it down a bit, but hopefully I can improve. Yeah, let's move on. Alright, so we're on to another planet, and at the moment I am trying to plan and organise and tidy up what my entire universe looks like. And yeah, but I think this one could be part of New Zealand, which is talked about in book 2, both the storybook and the novel. I think it's that area because it's like past that area of greenery rather. But yeah, I could be wrong. There's a snake there as well. That's also in book 2, and his own planet as well. Slipe, I think the planet's called. But yeah, I think this is definitely a much neater and interesting image because you have a clear foreground. This building, don't know what that's for. But yeah, this cool mountain, load of rocks, and some taller vegetation too. So, and we could probably assume it's later on in the day, so that's nice. Okay, so that's his name, and okay, so that apparently is a lie because, as you can see later on, as he's talking, he's trying to call from some allies. Find out. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, these spaces nowadays. Okay, yeah, so that comes out as a bit of a surprise because let's see. And no anymore with lighter metallic feet. Yep, so that's once again, that's just like the current question because as you may or may not know, the midpoint is where the story takes a turn. But in this case, even though there's not much of a character arc or any like deeper story concepts, it at least has effects on structure because during the midpoint, that's where there's a build up with the team, and she has ideas of who the killer was, and you eventually meet him, and then that leads to other complications. But regardless, so yeah, they both were lied to, but obviously it's not Apollo's fault. He was just misled. And yeah, I think I remember the snake creatures being a bit more sociable, especially in both the storybook and the storybook, and maybe he's a bit of a rogue one. I did not the film. I like that film, by the way. But yeah, a rogue snake creature, you could say. And yeah, so just having a one-off from there, that's was kind of interesting. And yeah, and I remember another story idea where Navras gets angry at a point where he hits him too hard, and yeah, it becomes more than a knockout, which creates a bit more complications for him. But I don't think that's acknowledged in the comic book. Like, I swear, if I make a storybook version, everything would just be far better. But it is just finding the consistent time for them, because yeah, these comic books seem to be the easier things at the moment. It still takes a lot of time, especially with the drawing and the placing. But yeah, at the moment it's just the most no, the most accessible route. Yeah, I think that's the best way to say it. Anyway, we go on to the next one. Okay, so we meet the Anti-Legion. So all partially green, so that's a nice colour scheme. Granted, he doesn't match as well as the others, and the speech bubble is meant to follow on like this, because there's this minor intention where if Gloop's on the first of the list and he's part of these at the nearest to the speech bubble, and it goes like this, and obviously Garen, that's himself there, so that's where you can hopefully tell who's who. That's meant to be the detective's jet as well, and looks like they have the ability to teleport as well, but I would assume that it's a bit maybe it is like a multi teleporting thing where they can hop from one planet to the next, which yeah, I think that would have to be outlined better, because they could have gone to the base or gone to the Zami if they knew where he was. So yeah, I would have liked to understand more just like set some boundaries, because like Dimeforce goons can teleport as well, but at least it was just a one-way system where you just hop from one place, but then the teleporting device then takes you straight back to the fortress. So at least there's the limit there, but obviously we don't know the limit there, but we might assume it's the same, but if they don't have a Moloch equivalent on their team, so maybe they might have one, I'm not sure. Okay, so you have Paro, knows their names obviously after reluctantly being there for ages, and would have been nice to see what more of this team was like. So just another thing to expand on, I suppose. Yeah, they have their relationship with them, and if he ever enjoyed being with them, and why he joined in the first place, of course. Anyway, let's break down each character. So, funny enough, Gloop has been a character in my head for a very long time, even at a point where one of his drawings on my Instagram turned out to be the most liked post a couple of years ago. It's about 127 likes, which is rather good. And yeah, that was I got like a golden age in my Instagram before it sadly got a bit lower, but never mind, I suppose. But he's basically a goo-based creature, and he has all of these tentacles you can spawn. He's definitely the shape-shifting type, and he does have like bits of blue as well. He doesn't have a mouth, only an eye, which he tucks in quite safely with all that goo. And yeah, he's extremely formidable. Well, obviously we can't really have that full detail with with their pixelated limit, but I still like the look of him. And as you'll see later on, he kind of becomes like the next reluctant one, even probably joining to help bring them a lot down, which yeah, they're something nice to expand on, but at least that's somewhat present. That's Fawn. He I don't know what race he is, but he is unique by having the metallic legs, and yes, that means he's the one that got hold of the Legion member probably by himself, because if the whole team was there, then they would have been fighting the classic Legion. But why was he on his own? What were the others doing? Oh my god, I can't believe how much oh. Is this why these comic books hasn't done? Yeah, no, this is in a comic book or done, but maybe that's why is not as engaging or shared as I hope. But if I acknowledge them and then fix these problems over time, then I'll be fine with it. But anyway, yeah, he has metallic legs which are quite sharp, and he's also is Taekwondo the martial art heavily focused on the legs? Because if that's the one, then that's what he does. Very tricky legs to avoid, and you'll see his lighter later on. But yeah, he's more of an assault fighter, and his lighter, does grant him some fire abilities. And anyway, so next we have Upper T, who is the kind of creature who absorbs and then converts it into his own energy and then uses it. And yeah, it looks like he wears a special suit to help direct it, I suppose, because not every race would be wearing a suit like this. The same definitely could be said for Contra here. He's actually like a mini fish, but he's only in the head, and he is in a suit which is designed to fight the Legion, because he has all sorts from heat and then cooling systems to go against a pod. He has electricity based parts where he can absorb Zami's lightning, and yeah, just a nice variety of abilities to counter the Legion. So yeah, he does have like his own other weapons, but yeah, just it's definitely an anti-Legion creation. And next we have Garrus, so you'll see what he actually looks like because it's just a full suit. But yeah, he's the leader, and I do have an illustration of him which you'll find on Instagram, which shows him off far better. But I think yeah, it looks fine. It's just one of those cases where it's just a tad disappointing. Like Contra looks fab in the pixelated form, and so do these lot. But yeah, they look like they have a bit of a pixelated downgrade, especially with them looking better as 2D drawings. But anyway, it's just a different part of that same planet from last time. At least we see what Nicole's jet looks like, and yeah, we're going to acknowledge that it's their jet or her jet. But yeah, it's just they're all facing off, and this page shows them off quite well. Helping you distinct twos too. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, so let's break down this fight scene. So yeah, both swordmen are trying to fight Gara, and it looks like yeah, Our Knight spawned this. This must be a monkey, I think. Yeah, like a normal Earth one. To someone to help him out, because Gara is extremely formidable, and it looks like as if it's trying to fight despite being down. And we could also assume that, especially later on, that Outright is definitely the more skilled swordsman, especially where as if it is a bit more like a bazooka on steroids. But yeah, has these critters, he had the insects that probably would have tried to help them out as well. That teleported him, and yeah, this is, I think, yeah, that same building. So yeah, this is the same area as well. But yeah, so oh yeah, so this colour, so if you remember the elements, which is lime green, dark blue, light blue, and jade green, but putting them all together creates this all power, which is like a yellowish green, which is explained in both the storybook and the novels of the original Pentology, which yeah, I think that's because even if you can do like fire and ice and water, it would all be in that same colour, because he's that unified, just like Xynfor with the complete amulet. And but yeah, it looks like he's powerful, but he doesn't really know how to use it properly, especially when he's finding it a bit too much. And it looks like I wonder if that's Upper T's like his color of his power if he converts energy, unless it's just him just finding it a bit too much. I think either way you can infer. And yeah, I think his fighting, Boris' fighting pace is fine. But regardless, he's down, and thanks to Conjurer's line here, you can, it's a suit designed to counter the Legion, and he's probably fighting the Naravas, but so far Gloop is just, I'm not keen about how he's just standing. You can infer that his tentacles are just holding the Naravas into place. But yeah, definitely nothing as vicious as what's happening here. So yeah, Gloop's just a bit more gentle. And my original intention was that the detective sees that when Gloop loses his goo, it solidifies, it becomes a bit more sticky, and that's what she finds out, and then uses it to trap the Fawn's legs. But at the moment, it just looks like Gloop might have did that intentionally, probably making it like an accident in order to help the detective. So you can either stick with my idea or what's inferred to more so. But you can't really choose like an event. But I guess we'll stick with, but yeah, we'll stick to what is more inferable compared to my original idea. So yeah, she's found out who it was. Yeah, granted, it's not the most complicated detective work, but if it's more sci-fi and action, then yeah, that's how the focus should be. Even if all stories do have an unfolding quest and piece of information over time. Anyway, you can see that it's been trapped because it's like, oh, it's all sticky, and yeah, it's a bit stuck, a bit looking away, struggling to fight the detective, and his lighter is found as well. Oh yeah, that is also worth acknowledging. So, if you would have known that all pixelated creations are created, in that same composition, but then they're resized once they're rendered. Hence why these cubes are extra small, and then you have these dudes who are extra bigger. And although I think this is more a forefront background, but yeah, definitely at the moment, even if you do like a line right here as I'm doing, sorry, and where it just explains why all scales and D-scales in that manner, and how it comes about. It looks like Gloop's standing on top of Contra, so that's not that could have confused some people. Maybe not if he's standing there as well. Yeah, I'm not sure. But anyway, that's a blade, and that's probably a flamethrower as well. And that's his sentry gun. That's meant to point that way. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. Okay, so it's the aftermath of the fight. So my intention was that they eventually give up the fight because of them not being quite impressive fighters, especially with Uppity down because of Apollo's extreme power from earlier. But yeah, he just seems to be keen to help. He's trying to be ignorant about his overpower, I suppose. But yeah, she's like, okay, yeah. So it's almost like a two-way thing where she knows like, yes, he definitely needs helping, but if I send him to Sammy, then he'll nudge him. And so yeah, that's kind of clever of her to do, because I don't think Nicole really expected Sammy to come by, but it looks like the detective's like, yeah, let's just get hold of him as well, because Para's not really planned. No, none of us wasn't planned, and yeah, she has those two already. So these new Legion replacements, especially with the one ended dying from much earlier on in the story, yeah, that's rather good for her. Once again, Nicole could have been like, oh, thanks for making this team bigger, but there's no dialogue like that. And oh yeah, by the way, this is pretty much the first story format where dialogue is a thing. Because yeah, the storybooks was all description, even the novels were just free of dialogue, despite talking about feelings and that. But yeah, to have some dialogue, yeah, that's yeah, I think it's just a nice, cool breakthrough for me, I reckon, because yeah, because I think one thing I do seem to like is that the I think it matches with the characters quite well because you have him, he's a bit timid, and Our Knight's a bit more forthright. Garum, tries to be a bit more intimidating, and I kind of miss what he said in the a couple of pages ago. What did he say? I don't remember, but at least I remember the phone calling for Poirot a traitor, so that's more acknowledged. Anyway, what does the detective say? Oh yeah, so whoever he's with, so you just remembered that as well from what Nicole said to her. And more control power, yes, which is definitely important because I think there has been elements in the Pentology where a lack of power did lead us to some problems, especially Zami get a bit overpowered at some points too, and not to mention what the villains were like when they were going a bit over the top during the Pentology. So yeah, let's move on. All right, so now we meet Zami. I kind of nearly gave him a cape, but I thought, well, there could be other characters wearing capes, so yeah, I just kept him as normal. But of course, he would be much older. But yeah, he's still light as he is in the previous stories, but he's a bit more wiser, as you can imagine. And this planet has been a bit more island-like, so it looks really nice and colourful. Um, but yeah, still, yeah, I will be releasing like a video or something, to really clarify what the entire universe looks like. Because in other stories, like sorry, in other stories like Star Wars and even Lord of the Rings, there's fictional maps that exist, and where like the fans know everywhere quite well. And I just like to do the same effect to make it more immersive because up until this point, it's just been more planets and more races, and I was like, oh gosh, it's a bit neat. But anyway, yeah, so Porridge come about, and yeah, Zami definitely would have known who the detective was. She probably would have been involved for ages, especially with Nicole seeing her at the base. Um, yeah, so it looks like she's communicated to Zami first before he comes in, so he expects a new body instead of an intruder. So yeah, that's wise. Um, yeah, all right. So that's nice of Zemi to help him out. And it looks like whoever he's with is a bit more laid back at the moment. So yeah, I think it's just the training next. So yeah, let's have a look. Probably later on in the day if it's looked darker. Anyway, so it looks like I think, well, if you remember this position earlier, it looks like you can definitely tell that's a bit more controlled and it's the same power producing kind of move. So yeah, so he's training good people, which is kind of cool because he was the one getting trained in the very first story, first book, first novel, whatever, and so yeah, just a nice parallel. Uh, Too many S's there. Oh well. So despair. So yeah, because if he's someone who controls energy as well, it must be like a similar approach and how to use power. And if I can imagine the Legion probably studied the elements too, especially what they might have been like if they all molded together. Maybe they have samples, and so yeah, I can see Zami being a bit more familiar and being able to help Horror in this way. Um, yeah, would also be nice to get to know each other in other ways as well, other than just training. But oh well. But yeah, just some advice. Uh, But yeah, it looks like he's a bit insecure that having this too much power, just got him away from the team, which means that if I control my power in the first place, then I probably would have stayed with the others. But at the same time, it means that maybe the detective might have gave Zami another nudge. Maybe she. I wonder if she. Oh, I reckon she would have like nudged him earlier, because if something else is happening, then of course that he would get involved, especially after losing a Legion member. And whilst he was on an important mission to locate someone and put on the right path, which, yes, is a bit half-baked, as you'll see later on, but that's the intention at least. So yeah, he thinks he would have defeated them all if he was more in control, which it could be true, especially he does seem to be one of the more powerful characters with all the elements at his disposal. But it's at a much lower level, because when Zyvor had the amulet with all the elements, he was about to reform the entire universe, but Paro doesn't really have that, so he definitely has more a cap on, which is somewhat unfair. Anyway, who's this person that Zami was with? Well, let's go meet him. Okay, so before we get onto the page, I remember thinking this cool idea where, if you remember the Titrons from both the novels and storybooks, definitely one of my favourite races. They're plant controlling dinosaur-like beings, and I remember once having this idea of, what if, because Titrons control plants by smashing their fists through the ground to control the vegetation that way, completely manipulate them to their will. But if they're for instance surrounded by concrete, then they they only just have their strength at their disposal, which they're still powerful, even without that plant controlling ability, or as it would be, chronokinesis. So yeah, and I even thought of if they're ever surrounded by concrete, they could always smash through the concrete to get to the dirt. So at least there's that. But Skaber right here, he plays on the concept of what if instead of controlling plants from the ground, he could be like controlling plants within himself. And so I do have an interesting backstory for him, where because he's a bit more experimental, as you'll find out later on. Because as well as experimenting with new races, alongside the other races that the Titrans are trying to bring back from extinction, Scabe right there, he would have had this idea of, like placing traces of living gore within himself, which is also known as the life force, also known as the lime green element. And so by doing that, he has a bit more of a less natural body, because as you'll see later on, he's able to extend his limbs, with all this vegetation inside him. And yeah, he's that's why he's he looks like this, because it's like, imagine just having like all sorts of vegetation, just being made up of your body now. I'm sure that would do all sorts of weird things to your skin. But anyway, it's a bit more juiced up, and you can somewhat infer like the because if most vegetation looks kind of like this, and if it's lime green like the element, then that's where if you can see the presence of that. And oh, okay, so Zami he just explained what I was just talking about. I was just staring at Skate, because I do like his design. I like how the Titrons are interpreted in this pixelated style. That's why they only being revolved for elements. Okay, I don't know why Barry jumped to that conclusion, because Zami was just talking about but I guess maybe because he's an experimental one, and Aparo probably knows that Titrans are kind of races that bring other races, into the universe, whether it extinct or just needed expanding. Of course they would have some kind of universe presence. And if the Titarans have worked with the Legion and continue to do so, then yeah, the Titarans are definitely high on the list as well. But hearing of an experimental one, Porro was probably familiar with that, and yeah, he also guessed that it was him. And oh yeah, he helps confirm it. He even gave it his name. Uh, and yeah, this is the only time I've done this with a speech bubble to um, yeah, to be like, oh, you know, what was his race? Because it's just nice to provide a reminder, even if you remember what this race was. And it just helps to compare as well, because I don't think we see any normal Titarans in the story, but at least we have some imagery there to help compare. And I think this is a cool speech bubble idea that I could do more so of. And oh yeah, just by being called a hybrid. Um, oh, okay, so it's 1, 2, 3. That's how it's meant to be read. So once you go through, you know, the whole page in your own time, that's where you do figure out what the order was, because yeah, so he recognizes the Poros, and yeah, so that's why. Okay, so he's like, oh, you know, this is him, and then he's like, oh, yeah, I recognize him. So yeah, that's how it goes. And this is a cove, by the way, which probably could do with probably more detail, because it's meant to have hanging vegetation, and you can tell it's a cove because of what's outside there. And I think outside is definitely darker because that's not totally earlier where the sun probably going down, but well, any other universe sun, I suppose. Um, but yeah, the outside is yeah, it is just darker, so that yeah, you know, it sells that illusion of being inside the cove, because of, you know, the lighting will be different. Although I feel like outside will be bright and that will be darker, because that's how coves normally work. So yeah, but very inconsistent inconsistency there. So yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, yeah, not an awful lot to this trio. I guess there would have been, you know, even like Scape, you know, and Aparo reconnecting more, probably all training together actually. And you know how, you know, Zamir came across Scape and how getting Scape back again. And oh yeah, because that's the other thing. So that, you know, another part of the backstory where, because of after creating a Aparo, and also probably what he's done to himself, and not to mention, you know, creating an all-powerful being who, you know, then joins the other team. You know, Scape, you know, felt you know, probably insecure and probably felt bad, probably left too, resulted in all sort of events, and so he probably felt ashamed inside to leave. Which yeah, I definitely would like to expand on that. Anyway, so let's get on to yeah, let's go on to the next page. So for those who remember that, as well as the two swordsmen, there's a whole heap of otters to get hold of, and yes, and that's where they are going to now. And oh, okay, so the animals are on Nicole's jet. I see. So okay, so all of that stuff I was saying earlier, okay, that still half applies. So okay, it helps some things. While the other Legion gets some idea for where the anti-Legion could be at, what shall we do? Okay, so just a bit of an update for both teams, I suppose. And yeah, so the old classic Legion are going to go and try and get hold of where this anti-Legion is at. So yeah, okay. And yeah, Binates. Okay, so yeah, I managed to track down where the otters are, and yeah, as you'll find out later on, the otters aren't on their own planet. They go to their prehistoric planet, and whilst you'll see various angles of it later on, I had this another cool idea where all of the prehistoric animals, you know, that, you know, definitely no longer around, like mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and that. I had a really cool idea where, you know, what if we brought them back, but obviously, you know, Earth wouldn't be, you know, very fitting for them. So what if they just had their own natural, varied, massive planet where they can live freely without, you know, human interference, and also just being able to mix in their own way, because yeah, we talk about dinosaurs, the Ice Age, and other eras before and after, and probably also resurrecting races that have been extinct a tad more recently, like the Tasmanian tiger and the passenger pigeon. They're probably on that planet too. And yeah, once again, that's just definitely something that I would like to expand more of. But you'll see later why the otters are on that planet. But anyway, they're all gathered. That's a screen. That's a window. Oh yeah, I think Exhibit would fly his own ship, so of course he would be driving her jet, despite being hers. Oh well, I think sorry she could communicate with Barney earlier, but audio calls exist, video calls exist. Yeah, because there would be holograms in this universe. Last edition, planned edition. Okay, I wondered how Barnett helped locate the otters. I think they do travel on their own spaceship, because the tropical otters, they're the more tech evolving ones. So yeah, I think they do have their own spaceship eventually, because I did have an idea to make them able to space travel, to assist the Legion, whilst the otters do have their own little otter themed stand, which goes around the universe. Fun fact, it's a prehistoric one. That can fly and has water abilities. So yeah, we don't see him in this story, but we definitely will show him off or see in the otter's own official story. So is that one? So that prehistoric otter would, that the powerful one here definitely would stay at the otter planet, whilst the otters are out elsewhere doing their own thing. So this is their second stage of this grander story, but it would be their first introduction. So yeah, it'll be like a prequel to them whenever they have their full attention in their first one, anyway. Because the second idea I've got for them even takes place during this whole thing as well. So yeah, let's get going. Alright, so this is the prehistoric planet. It's nice and exotic, but yeah, there's no races. And whilst I did fit in a mammoth a couple of times, in the background, but because of this whole pixelated approach, it's we can't really show that off. I would have to have a massive background, full of creatures, nice and planned, and then just a whole heap below. But because this is the main focus of the scene, it's nice to give the reader a good idea for what these otters look like and what the action looks like. But anyway, so they've encountered the otters. They say that they've been trying to find this prehistoric one, and so yeah, let's just read first. So yeah, that's the neotropical one, the tech-based one. Nothing techy about him, because so far the otters are just progressing with technology, and we'll just see more plan to be just focused on space travel more so than anything else, because yeah, that would be really tricky to do, wouldn't it? But yeah, that's slightly comedic. Yeah, they're a funny bunch, I would say. So yeah, he's probably not wanting to fight Zivit. And okay, so that's meant to be her speech bubble. And yeah, these are the short clawed otters, cloning. And you can tell he's the real clone because he has the black eye and the stick. And it just gets a bit swarmed by them. And yeah, they're in an upright position, but yeah, they look like the Clan Honor. Form an alliance. So yeah, she's not really fighting much. She's just just standing still, which yeah, fair enough. And it looks like our knight is pointing his sword at both the Congo clawless otter and the Eurasian otter as well, which I explained earlier. Both are definitely weapon wielders. that's the sea otter, but it looks like he's probably going to have a go at Zivot, but that probably all stopped. And that's the giant otter with the groan effect, and he's managed to knock him out. Yeah, the foreground background thing isn't as greatly shown. It's probably a bit inconsistent at times actually, because he's almost the same size. Anyway, so with the detective being the only one not fighting, and oh wait, there's another clone there. Was that? Oh, I don't know the intention of that, because the opacity is low compared to the other clones. Or maybe I forgot to fully out opacity. Opacity? No, that's not a word. Make him fully there. Because you must have made them less, less opacity to sell the idea of clones. But that was already used here with the giant otter. So, oh well. But yeah, that's the prehistoric one. Definitely themed like a big cat. And oh yeah, just to clarify, so the prehistoric otter that's actually in prehistoric words was actually called a potamotherum, which was more like yellowish and gold. And yeah, so that's one type, just a normal size otter. But apparently there's also these other otters which were much bigger, a bit like a big cat, which you can find on Google, but I never knew the name of them. But they do have their big cat equivalent, and unlike the others, this is his introduction, because yeah, he's not in the otters a prequel story, because he's on the prehistoric planet, and it looks like they're going to get hold of him to expand the roster, which is kind of cool. But would there be other ones of him? Need to write that as well. Anyway, see the Asian otter, you clarify. Yeah, they do have names, but I'm still yet to remember. Telling us off for getting our own prehistoric otter. Okay, yeah, that's a nice amusing reason. I tell the others, yeah, then we'll get them all on board. Okay, yeah, so that provides an intentional hint from me that they, were they? I can imagine that they were probably erased before Xylophone got rid of the lot, but then now they're brought back thanks to the Titarans, and the Titarans do have a minor presence at the start and start and end of my planned prequel for these otters. But yeah, to grant the permission, and considering the Titarans and the Legion do kind of work together, yeah, that's just help provide hints already. And that's a cave, by the way, which we'll soon enter. And yeah, the area is nice. And so yeah, let's move on. Alright, so that cave on the bottom right, which you saw last time, now they're in the cave. And yeah, it looks like all of these planets seem to have a that same day-night thing where because we've been seeing like planets go darker over time. With the Zamian and Paro planet earlier, and it's pretty much, well, I say it could be like sunset, but it then has the same color when the morning's back. So unless they get woken up, no, I think they would sleep first, I reckon. But anyway, bedtime for them all. For a bit of a coincidence, so they have the same sleeping routine, but never mind. But yeah, Adad speaks first. Yeah, they're all caught up, so that's nice. Getting a rest before fighting again. Oh yeah, caught up means that they've been taught, the anti-legion. Yeah, that was mentioned. But yeah, that they and Dart would have mentioned them. And yeah, that hints later on, for why she's a deep sleeper. Yeah, these are meant to be leaves, which kind of cool to sleep on. They're probably much thicker leaves as well that they all can share. Could these be prehistoric massive plants? It could be. And so vegetation in the cave as well. And these probably are either cave details or spikes, but yeah, I think this is a rather nice setting. As if it isn't very rubbed out here, I can see a bit of white there, but never mind. And he could be watching, so that's nice of him, I suppose. And he seems to be pretty settled. I wonder what he thinks of all of this, or what many of them think of it. Yeah, that's a bit skipped, but never mind. So yeah. Oh, hang on. So remembering to do so. Yeah, he's a pretty acknowledging one, I would say. Over some okay, yeah, noisy animals. Yeah, it's just almost like being in the middle of a savannah. Yeah, that kind of vibe. So yeah, which is why he's probably watching over there. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm not sure I mentioned this earlier. Yeah, that's the skull which this yacht is wearing, or just carrying at the moment. So that explains that. But anyway, let's move on. Sorry, a bit delayed there. Anyway, so onto yet another planet. This one looks kind of cool looking back. It has some floating islands with some waterfalls. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And it has some dead trees and looks like a special fortress there, so that's neat. And yeah, this is yeah, Ekron, who was one of Xynfall's goons in book 1 and 2, even book 5. Yeah, so this is their race, and they look like they're a race that still gets up to mischief, despite, yeah, there was one who joined Xynfall, and yeah, because I thought just yet another backstory I thought of, especially, how did each goon, join Xynfall, and I had this idea for Ekron where, despite them being a mischievous race, they're still a collective, but Ekron still just wanted to join Xynfall, even, going back on his own race, so probably so for his own survival and benefit. Yeah, I think that could be a really cool idea to expand upon. But anyway, you have the 4 main Legion members there. And still following Captain's orders, so that's Captain's orders, sorry. So Nicole Storr, the leader. Barney helped with that as well, that's good of him. So it has been involved with them, so okay. Probably revenge against Ekron despite being like 60 years later, so that's an interesting idea that could have been expanded upon. See if this is the only base or if there's more. Okay, yeah, so it's just finding out. Oh, okay. If this is like the base of the anti-legion as a whole, or if there's more to it. So yeah, that's an interesting thing to quote upon. Because I wonder. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I wonder how much they know, or so far, or how much they want to know. Yeah, and that could be expanded upon. So anyway, yeah, let's get going. So yeah, just more of the areas. There's like rivers and these varied variety of rocks, so that's kind of neat. Oh, I like this shot. So this just must be a normal arrow, and yeah, Ekron's race does have these cloaks, which can shapeshift at will. So yeah, they all here have it. And was just a nice moment of Wolf and Bastos being working with one another. Yeah, I'll probably just knock this one back or something. Yeah, it's just a bit of a shame that the beach ball was hiding it. Yeah, that's definitely one of the worst cases of where the speech bubble should have been placed elsewhere, or it's just helped deep over the river, probably underline this one. Who knows? I think I see some teleport across the land. We must confront whoever led this. Oh, okay, so this must be the anti-legion. Teleport him. You'll see where they end up later on. But yeah, it looks like it's more like misleading themselves. Well, maybe the anti-legion could have used this fight as a way to have them distracted, and then off they go. That's definitely something to expand upon. What? Yeah, and then yeah, just find out who led this year. That's yeah, it's definitely the plan to fight off them, and then yeah, and then confront like I said, whoever's leading this. Yeah, their weapons are clanging, I suppose. Um, I do like this planet as well. It's kind of cool looking back, and they are sharing with another race, which you'll find out hopefully in the future story. But one clue, they live underground, that we're not seeing them yet. So anyway, yeah, let's get going. So I think we can assume this is like the top, or yeah, because this is still the land. But this doesn't really look like what earlier looks like, even if it was just from afar. But oh well. Yeah, still like this room, and yeah, Pod's using his powers, despite once again the trident's bit being consistent. But yeah, some ice to trap the leader. Okay, so I think it's going from left to right. So yeah, fresh smoke answers where the goons, and then after being trapped and also surrounded as well. So that's a good one. We can assume that this legion's just fought off all the goons. And yeah, and as I said earlier, the new characters do get more of a forefront, but I think it's just because of the kind of story I wanted to tell. But at the same time, whilst it's mainly about the new characters, I still wanted the classic characters to still have their moments. Because yeah, I think all of them have way more of a story potential. So yeah, we'll wait and see about that. What does the leader say here? From one planet to the next, not just the Legion representing planets. Oh yeah, because that's going from another concept of because the Legion may be this alien mixing collective, but there would be planets like the Titrans, the Sochas, etc., which would help the Legions. So that's what that's referring to, and you can also see how those planets kind of get into trouble later on. But anyway, their own legions. Oh, now that is an interesting idea, which I would like to, yeah, definitely thought of and definitely should expand upon. Uh, oh, okay. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, maybe no space there, but obviously the Otters would have been a recent new thing, so that's nice. And now they're aware of the Otters. Um, okay, and I think that explains why they end up in the Otter planet later on. Um, okay, because I think later on, I think they must have thought that the Otters get on board and then they end up fighting each other. I think that could be one of the reasons. Yeah, we'll wait to see. One of us, oh yeah, because yeah, the Ekron race definitely like to spy, especially what Ekron did throughout the Pentology. Yeah, it's definitely a spying race. So yeah, kind of cool to see the others had that trait. But one of us spied on them about going to the land of the prehistoric. Okay, so they spied on the Otters and they know they're going there, so that further explains more. So okay, that's yeah, probably expand more, but the basic information is definitely there. Okay, definitely where it was. She hasn't. Oh, missing an A there. Sorry. Got around to mention who the rest were. Okay, so they're not so sure about. Well, okay, so that explains why they end up fighting the other new characters. So yeah, especially with half of them not being planned. So you could maybe they have been busy out and about, and maybe Nicole just recently confirmed who could be possible Legion members to Endata, but that should have been explained. And I think Nicole should have also communicated to who has been planned to come into the Legion to help clarify. But I suppose it's a lot to struggle. Maybe Nicole's with Bionate to help with the locating, but once again, that's only assumption. And yeah, those things definitely need answers, especially if I want this upcoming fight to happen. Um, she has to track. Oh, okay, so I guess that's me trying to justify that she has been busy, to which fair enough, but um, yeah, I think they just needed expanding more. So yeah, that is quite a hefty amount of information there, but at least yeah, some familiarity of the Otters, and just not knowing who the goons were, well, the new Legion members before fighting them. They know where they're going, and yeah, some of the information turned out to be true. And yeah, the race is working with them, but it looks like under pressure, he's just willing to admit what's happening. So, oh, one of us spied and going to the. Oh, okay, so. Oh, so maybe spy going to them. So if it's not spying on the Otters, it could be spying on Gara instead. Do they follow them? Oh god, that could be clarified. Like, does that mean one of them was like watching Gara fight Andarta's new team, and then they were like, "Well, let's go to the prehistoric planet." Although, why would they be going there? Did they track them to the prehistoric planet? Oh no, hang on, no, because they would have teleported before. Oh no, this is a tad messy, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to hopefully fix this in future. Right, let's move on before we confuse ourselves. So this is almost like, because as you may have seen, some fights have just one page, some has some supporting scenes, and yeah, I don't think any fighting is happening here, but it is definitely a setup, and oh, you can see all of them have got out the cove, and then there's the four of them there. That's Zivit's ship, so that's a cool looking ship actually, even if the grey's a bit out of place. And there's a mammoth there. I kind of would like to make him a bit more chunky, but he looks rather decent actually, and probably cool enough for him to roam around. Sunset and maps as well. So Zivit's saying, "Hey, it's a ride." Okay. Oh, so the animals do pilot. So at least that kind of answers. And wait, does that mean there's like more creatures alongside what joined the detective's jet, unless Zivit like summoned them into the jet for a bit? Why? Oh. Anyway, he's being seen familiar. Let's not throw anything at each other. Okay, so yeah, so Outknight probably has like a vague amount of knowledge about the Legion, hence why he's a bit. Okay, so he's just not totally sure what the Legion looked like, so he must have distanced himself far from the Numians, or the rest of his race, to not be too sure about them. Okay. Um, okay, and okay, so we are once again, despite the problems, they think there could be other goons, and because Andata is still asleep, she's not awake to be clarified, but they forgot to wake her up, I suppose. Well, I never intended them to be like the brightest bulbs, but come on, that should be easy to remember. Just one piece of knowledge. So yeah, they think the Otters now are on their side, and Apasnos, despite being older, is a bit into this battling still, which I suppose it is still a character trait of him, but I don't know. That seems a tad rush. Okay. Um, okay, and we can assume that Apasnos probably um, throws like the first punch because you can't really see any of them do it. But would they stop him unless it all seems a bit? Because I think seeing the Naravas would have also triggered them as well. But once again, nobody says anything about that. I think that could have been really interesting. That could have, and the ship coming in. The ship there. What would they thought of that? And the Sea Otter's also a bit of a battling kind as well. So I can, although the prequel is still yet to come, I can still see him say something like that. And then probably a good fight as well, considering they done a great amount of success in their own world. So yeah, despite the problems, they've got a fight upcoming. So yeah, let's have a quick look. Wait, no, hang on. One more speech bubble. Evil to get rid of, right? There's just this now. Oh, okay. So there's a bit of a grey area. Okay, so he's probably just being like, me. Well, instead of being like, no, let's not fight them, and they probably don't know what the Legion looks like, despite the Titrans seeing them. Oh, just another thing. I need a list anyway. Um, yeah, there's another miniature plot hole that needs answers, but yeah, so yeah, it looks like they're not like the most enemy thing. They they aren't more of um the of Garra's team. Um, we got somebody evil to get rid of. They're slowing and stuff. Oh, no, maybe they do think that. So they just think either team's part of Garra's menace. That's yeah. I just feel like should be a bit more of a conversation for why they got each other confused. Once again, I think the Naras being there, that could have been a really good source of conflict that could have encouraged them to fight one another. I know how he would have felt guilty as well. But anyway, yeah, let's continue. Okay, the otters aren't in this fight. What would they been doing instead? Oh, maybe they would have gone to wake up Andata. Although that isn't really explained. Oh, okay. I don't know why they wouldn't have joined the fight. Anyway, so Fletcher is like supporting Pod, especially with the whole long range attacks, which foreshadows later on. Ammonite summons a miniature Beastosaurus. It looks like Beastosauruses can either start off at that size or just generally miniature. Does that mean you can like summon a giant Varanic because they're small? I'm not sure. Well, let's just go with the small Beastosaurus idea. Just make a baby one. Yeah, so Hellwolf's trying to be cautious of that, and you can definitely infer that it's come from the blade. Pod is using ice powers to keep him at bay. And yeah, Narrowbaz, because if you remember, Nightfall's race are very extremely skilled at their combat, which makes them more dangerous, especially with the near unlimited amount of strength they have. But Narvas doesn't really have that combat experience, hence why he's not the best fighter, especially with Pod's diss here. So that kind of rivalry is at least hinted there, so that's a nice detail. So yeah, I like that. Even a cool area too. And yeah, so Zivic's just riding on his creations, so that's kind of cool to do. And yeah, Bastion's like, oh, two blades as well. So yeah, he definitely would find that exciting because he has like a bit of a thrill when it comes to fighting, and so he probably would be excited to see what kind of weapons he would have to counter. But yeah, once again, I don't know why the Otters aren't part of this fight, but at least ways of how both New and Old Legion counter one another. So yeah, kind of neat. It is worth mentioning that Fletcher's arrows don't really get to show off much, despite being a variety of element themed ones. But never mind. Let's continue. So now the Otters are here. Once again, maybe it doesn't take all of them to get Andata to wake them all up. I'd say maybe they do. Does her sleep that deep? Maybe. Maybe actually that could be an interesting idea. What if she has like a something she uses to make her sleep deeper because I've intended to throw a backstory to Pabby a soldier at first, so maybe she does have effects from that, which could also back up why she isn't like a combating type. But yeah, the storybook, well, the comic doesn't really talk about that. But regardless, she's at the center, divided in both teams. They may be small, but they're still extremely experienced. But yeah, this is where just everything's clarified. So yeah, both of you stop. She's also good at commanding. And these are the others. and Nicole wanted to get hold of. Okay, so yeah, that's clarified, including the otters. Yeah, last time I checked, she was leading another battle soon after tasking me. She was leading another battle soon after tasking me. These other Legion members, this is like a third team or third battle, unless they were leading them into a fight, which was against Ekron's race earlier. Once again, just needs clarifying. But now I have updated her. Let's get going. Do you have any leads? Okay, so that's probably referring to Gara's team as well. After conflicting from Ekron's planet, they have said that Gara and the rest of them managed to form. Okay, so they got some information, other information. 2 machines, a robot army, 4 machine, and one that forms shields around planets, and letting no one out and allowing the robots in. This is an invasion that has to be stopped. So, yeah, so it's definitely from the get-go that this anti-legion is causing problems, but now we finally know what this plan is, and it is a bit big on scale, but at least because if you know recently, hang on, I'm back. Anyway, yeah, so you would have remembered about how many other stories, sometimes after going from one near apocalyptic event level kind of threat in like the primary story, only for following stories to continue that trend. I definitely would like to avoid that. If anything, I don't think I'll ever have a story with as big stakes as the 5th book. Because from book 1 to 5, it goes from Earth being in trouble, some planets being in trouble, whole galaxy kind of twice, with book 3 and book 4 being quite significant in their threatening level, and then book 5 was just totally universe reforming kind of threat, which I definitely don't want to bring back. So just having this robot army just invading certain planets, that's definitely a lot smaller in book 5. This is just like the similar size to, probably like tad smaller than book 3, because book 3 and 4 were just targeting way more planets compared to what Gara's race is doing. Once again, Ekron's race's leader said it was Legion themed ones, or Legion allied ones in a better way. So yeah, everything's clarified. They know what's up. And okay, yeah, there is some missing piece of information, but that they'll find out later on. And so yeah, let's go on to the next page. Alright, so this is one of my favourite pages, if not my most favourite page, because, despite no uppity, he got defeated by Poro, it creates questions, are there other allies? And I think these are the rest of them, because like the Legion, Gara's Legion, well, it's either probably been smaller anyway, but that's probably all of the all of the allies. So yeah, we know who these are. They're a lot bigger in this side, especially with the otters, but the otters are fairly low in their abilities. So yeah, but anyway, let's quickly go one by one. So that's a beastly creature, also has tentacles. Yeah, need to expand on him. That's a legit squid, probably a bit more sentimental or more smarter compared to an average squid, and he actually has a proper eye as well, so that's kind of cool. And I also come up with these other race called the I don't think I call them sorcereans, probably something else different, like just a race that can manipulate the dead, including this T-Rex skeleton, although I think he's just on his own, so there's nobody resurrecting him. He's just probably been resurrected elsewhere, only to get brought back in. So, unique addition. There's a drill-based character who I've created numerous times, and he's kind of come back. So yeah, he's a drilling robot. So he comes back with a new design in that. In my head, anyway. That's why this is first aid for introduction. That's a whale, by the way, in the background. Yeah, he's not part of the team. It's just a cool whale. I don't know what extinct creature. It could be like a Predator Rex, maybe. And I also had this character called Octon, who is like a samurai user, but he has a new design as well. But he's kept the cape over and even a pretty cool looking sword, almost like a lightning bolt. We also have a camo, so those we saw in book 5, but also like the snake creatures, there could have been like a singular one that joined. But whilst camos tend to have like bigger close range machine guns, he has a sniper, which is definitely important. And this is a gliding dude. He has a seat that can glide, and yeah, he's inspired by a hammerhead. So yeah, he's a bit more on the face fronting, like just like facing forward, a bit like the squid, which is a handed system, but that is just passes with the kind of design they have. But anyway, yeah, we have this battle coming up, and yeah, Fletcher has these far more lines, doesn't he? Anyway, so Garrett here. Hey there, I brought the rest of my allies after you took the whole lot. Took a whole lot from me. Whole of the allies he's probably referring to. The Kankers. Oh, no, another space. So the Kankers, they're probably those are probably Ekron's race. Garrett's probably not impressed. Once again, it seems expanding. So he followed you here. Wait, so did Garrett just like teleport away only to then come back? What was that teleporting pod saw? Was that another diversion entirely? Like, did Garrett like have some decoys teleporting away? Like test dummies, only to like hide in like some bushes, come out and say, "Hey, what did you tell them?" It's a fun idea, but once again, where's the detail? So yeah, followed you here. I didn't appreciate them leaking some details. I guess so that's some grudge against them. I better beat those details out of you. That's a really cheesy line. That's why I used to be hesitant with writing dialogue, but fair enough. A bit more of a one-note villain, I would say, because he kind of reminds me of Sliverrock, where if his race gets infected by the Legion in some way, and he's kind of taking revenge, but I do need to differentiate them a bit more. But I think Sliverrock does have a bit more detail in the third novel. But Fletcher says, we thought Sign also have more that you and more have more freedom. That's a bit too many mores, but yeah, that's a good line. Yeah, it's like one of those cases of, well, we've done all of this for you, and this is what you're doing in return. So that's just yet another topic that could have expanded more. But we will have to take that from you if you dare face us. So if you just like fighting the, this galactic protective team, then of course, they're gonna face them unscathed. Or with what happens later, just a small spoiler, but a good majority get arrested. So yeah, they'll be losing freedom one way or the other. So yeah, that's just I think that could be expanded more as well. The kind of risk both sides have with some people retaliating, despite the Legion being far more of just with that idea of freedom, but them not seem to be a bit restricted. Like who knows what they all think. I just think that could be really cool. So anyway, just really cool battle shot, and well, I think we're over halfway. Let's get on to some fighting. Alright, so now we're on to a proper battle, even a war. You could say it just depends like how it's classed. And but yeah, like look at the amount that's there, and the speech bubbles that are there are the more important ones. Like for instance, there's the detective tasking Outlight to get to Zivit's arriving ship, which pays off later. And then you have Fletcher noticing that no, Gloop isn't attacking, and that it also pays off, but not as soon as that. And the speech bubble being right next to Gloop, and he's also like the only one who isn't performing any action, so you can definitely infer how they're opposite one another. And with the detective, guiding Out Night, and even Camo here has a role in this business with Hamilshire too. And now the important parts have been covered. The setting, you can also tell it's part of just because when I think of like a prehistoric setting, I do think of like the sea and like old looking greenery, and definitely some beaches every now and again as well, especially when I used to watch dinosaur documentaries, and that has that similar feel. But anyway, let's break down the fights. So a lot of them's 1v1, but there are a large amount of other groups too. So starts from left to right. So I forgot who the prehistoric character is called, but he's fighting the T-Rex and he's most likely won. And then there's the Narvas, he's fighting the Jaw Dude, and the Jaw Dude is, although a specific move, so it looks like the T-Rex is just like pulled down. I don't think it's a very big T-Rex to be pushed down or stepped on in this manner. The Jaw Dude, however, is he's doing a special move where he spins and he like creates debris which would like knock the opponents, and I think that's what's happening with Naras here. Oh, he's trying to escape, but yeah, you can somewhat see that being a molehill, it fits within the ground nicely. And that's both beasts fighting one another, Airwolf and the other beast thing, keep forgetting its name. They fight one another. And Fletcher did shoot the glider earlier, so yeah, the glider will be down, and a good angle of his hammerhead. And that's Goro himself. He's getting fought by 3 otters, including the Eurasian otter, the Congo clawless otter, and the Asian short-clawed otters. So the Eurasian one's just jumping, the Congo one's dodging well. He's probably used the sword to deflect the grappling hook that Garo summoned, and then a load of clones to get the main Asian short-clawed otter on top of the Garo. So yeah, probably going for some kind of strike from behind somewhere, like from multiple angles. So yeah, cool to see the otters work together, even if we haven't seen the introduction yet. But it's coming soon because I've been working on their prequel comic as I've been doing this. And then here's the giant otter. So this is probably one of my favourite parts. So yeah, it's emphasising the giant otter's growth power, and as you can see, both eyes are lime green, and it's because it's tied to the life force abilities or the living gore abilities, and so he's duplicating his body, creating duplicates which aren't as biologically solid. Like if you knock one of the clones down, they just they vanish off to the spirit world or something. And then the giant otter is able to manipulate his size. I think he can shrink too, but I haven't really thought about that. So at the moment he's just able to grow, hence the name Giant Otter, and it's probably my favourite design as well. I think he just looks proper accurate. But anyway, so yeah, he's growing that way, which yeah, I think he can infer it. And yeah, he's probably stepping on the squid, and the Neotropical otter is attacking it from there as well. Oh, and even the sea otter is probably like about to prod it or something. And as I was doing that, I'm not the biggest fan of the side of Pod here, because he looks smaller with the side of him. Because I think that's what. I think he is just bending his knees as well, which makes him look shorter. So yeah, because when I do these, the size of characters, I can somewhat see that the heads are the same size, and if both Pod and Contro are, they're 2 heavyweights, and even the Narvas there as well, their head size must be somewhat similar. Because other than a couple of cases, such as the Asian short-clawed otter being like half the size of a normal character, which is, like these two humans there. But yeah, all supersized characters I kind of present as the same, and then you have the beastly creatures, which mainly just have this, the front leg and the back leg. That's the consistent approach I go for. But not to mention, look at the squid. Just doesn't follow any of those rules, and you have the jaw dude and even the Nitrobots in the pixelated animation that are just extra thin to add more variation. Anyway, so yeah, Contrary looks like he's using his ice abilities to probably like to scoot away from Pod to avoid him. Yeah, and probably to avoid a Passnos there as well. And then both Zivit and Fawn are fighting one another as well. Fawn's not really always. He's using his lighter. We can't really see that, and it looks like he managed to get the hot light away from Andata as well. Which, oh well, because I could see that happening. I think that's something I thought about, and yeah, I think I decided that Fawn is going to keep his lighter because he knows carrying fighting, unlike Uppity, who was defeated by Aporo's immense power. And Octon here, he's probably been taken down by Outlight, I would imagine, yeah, with both being sword users. And yeah, and Camo's over there's about to do no good, so yeah, that's quite cool looking battle shot. And not to mention, every other battle shot I do try and vary, like instead of sticking with the same characters, stick to like certain foes. It's good to have them swap. How they, reflect and adapt and respond to one another. In the main Pentology, whilst the variation was there, like for instance in Book 1, the Legion fight Signfall's 5 main goons, like their own set throughout the battle, and in the third book they fight another lot, but the another lot is like maintained, so they don't swap foes throughout either of those battles, unlike the battles in in these stories, which I think that's something that's better. I guess it just depends what the story is like, because for instance in book 1, Pod definitely need to stick with Estrogen, because Estrogen was much bigger character as well. But anyway, let's go on to the next page. Okay, so before going back into the battle, you can see that the camo is shooting Zivit's ship, and yeah, so Zivit's not there yet. We can, we saw Zivit fighting earlier, and here's the Naravas going into their ship to try and help them out, and the flying one was able to escape for obvious reasons, so that's nice, and definitely planned. And I guess I could have had like another comic book page of him, what's it like for him to save the animals, but at least we can see later on that he failed it. I think it just would have been more nice to see, what the inside is like, we're being wrecked. And yeah, looks like it's a very powerful sniper to shoot at Zivit's ship. And after all, Zivit's ship isn't like a battleship compared to like the Ultimate Tome, for instance. The armor in that was like far better as far as I can recall, mainly from the novels, with the kind of detail it has. But yeah, and as you'll see later on, the Navras has like some kind of guilt because fails to save any of them inside. Despite probably going there rather quickly, because the Navrasses are really fast because of how strong they are, and they're even like so powerful at a point where they're like gravity defying. They're able to like really leap, and their punches are extra hard. So yeah, no wonder they have the best biology. Not to mention, I wonder why he stayed like jade green whilst Zyme4 was more of a dark green. I think it's more of a age thing, unless my new generation of Navrasses do have that colour. I guess that I'll decide later on, because I do have one cool idea for Naravas where he continues to stay with the Legion, but the Legion's like, he's not going back to the planet at all. But I tell you what, if I win, he comes with me. But if not, then, well, no, if he wins, then he can, stick with the Legion and probably come back whenever, only to find out that the Legion's trying to kill the Naravas because, well, him in particular, because of feeling betrayed that he's just left them. Because I think he did leave them without their permission or without anyone knowing. That's how much of a like an adventurer Naravas is almost. Well, this one in particular, I know he has a name, but the race is Naravas. And yeah, it's just one story I did have, which I will definitely develop it. Yeah, definitely a story that takes place definitely not longer after this one. And so yeah, he's off. The ship's in trouble. There's yeah, these are the same explosions in the pixelated animation, and it's meant to be jade green to time with her motor because of the jade green element, especially how it's more the solid material type. But I think a part of me wants to make it more of a like a vibro one instead, because it's tied to fire. Unless they both have their own ones, or could it be like a particular beam that does it? Yeah, I think that's how to decide, but yeah, we'll wait and see about it. Because yeah, they are either green or blue, because stick to the colour scheme. I know I've introduced orange into the colour scheme in there, so maybe I could. But if these abilities are like tied to certain elements, like even our Knight Sword here can somewhat tell it has life force like qualities because it's like a pale lime green. But yeah, I just like to be consistent in that manner. And anyway, so the detective, is too late, but now she's going to confront the camera right there. So yeah, we'll wait to see if. Although I think before we move on, yeah, but that's her role in the battle. She tries to, like she did with Thorn, she instead of like physically fighting her opponent, she tries and get answers out of them, which proves to be very useful in both occasions, both in the previous story and in right here as well. So yeah, let's have a look. That is a lot of speech bubbles, and yeah, the ship's meant to be further away, by the way. Otherwise, it could have looked like you would have to like shrink to get in. But yeah, this has exploded, and yeah, the Naravas is inside as well, just trying to help out. And oh yeah, this was an idea which I had quite early on, because if you remember with how I formed the dynamics and with Out Night being more on the right, because the spirits work better as better assistants compared to using real animals, and it's kind of the consequence of Zivit's decision, because as I'm planning like more my universe, I think Zivit's race are the kind that do look after other animals, except that Zivit is a tad more of a battling type, and I say a tad more because he isn't like as skilled as the others. Like, don't get me wrong, he's still extremely good, but yeah, I can just see the others being far more enhanced in their fighting ability. So yeah, let's have a look. So he's like, oh, well, he's just arrived. He's seen his ship in flames, and yeah, so he did try to go after them as well, which yeah, as we saw that 2 pages ago. And yeah, he's just telling them off for bringing them along. And then it goes back to this one where he's like, and yeah, we haven't really, other than a couple of instances, like specifically about 2 or 3 pages, you haven't seen them clash an awful lot at a point where it doesn't become as devastating. Although I think, but if my story approach is just to make the story as condensed as possible, especially because I don't want to, because like the other story ideas I have, they're going to be extremely short compared to this book, and also far more shorter than Pentology. Because I think the Pentology are not really going to. I'm still wondering whether to create comic books for them or not, because they have the storybook versions, and then the novels, which are now being turned into videos, which are far better versions of the storybooks. And there was the two animations I made, which I kind of discontinued at the point where I kind of treat the novels as the proper canon, especially as the new videos do have this pixelated style. And but yeah, just that was just massive. That took about 2 years of planning and a lot of months to actually form the story. But yeah, this one definitely took a good few months as well. And but yeah, it's just with these common books, like I said, they're just going to be nice and short, because I don't want to use too many people's time. But not to mention, even my Pentology, like when putting 5 of the books together, they're probably shorter than the first Harry Potter book, perhaps, or just maybe like a tad longer. But yeah, it's definitely not brick size like the 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, those books. Yeah, definitely not as big as them. But yeah, it's nice to be condensed, especially when people well, just like I said, just making it nice and condensed and not throwing too much after them. But even we already see how they've interacted. And not to mention, I like how the blade is all the same colour, so you can definitely tell that there's his tools to fight with. And but yeah, the anchor tool. I remember coming up with my own pirate team, which does have a captain, there's a lady in there, and there was another pirate I made up who had a anchor on his head as a hat, and then he also used an anchor as a weapon too. And even living seaweed as well, which is also now a thing in this universe too. But the anchor idea I kind of passed on to Civic, because I just thought that could be kind of a cool design, because there's a lot of weapons with long spears and just a variety of metallic heads, because you can poke and hook. Yeah, right. So I think I could see it being a useful tool, because even if it is core, it does have some function, and that's probably the most important part, because you can design anything you want, vehicle, weapon, animal, just as long as there's purpose and function behind them. But anyway, so yeah, so despite not a lot of pages, they've clashed about this enough, and yeah, they're definitely not getting on when I don't rely on them. Oh yeah, so that's quite a good threatening line actually, because by that line, it's showing that Zivit, being extra angry without his animals, and by being like extra angry, could be like more menacing of a fighter. To which, yeah, that's actually a really cool idea. I kind of forgot about with him. His flying one's still about, but I guess he's helping with other parts of the battle. We don't see him until later, so we'll keep an eye on the flying creature. But yes, if it's definitely keen on attacking, whilst Out Knight is just defending himself. Alright, so let's go down here. So it looks like she's disarmed him, and they're just having a bit of a chat. But yeah, let's have a look. Right, I heard about the 2 methods, yeah, which is talking about both the weapon that shields planets that lets nobody out, but the evil robots that are about to be generated, only they can enter the shield, evading a whole heap of Legion represented planets. So yeah, it's going back to a couple of pages ago. Now, where are they taking place? Okay, so yeah, they know the methods, but whereabouts is it located? And yeah, let's have a look. Look, I only did this to make sure I have done my bit, so I don't die in the hands of Gara. Okay, so a bit like Gloop later on, you'll see how that kind of pays off. But as well as those being like really on Gara's side, there are others who Probably, joined at first only to get a bit more hesitant, which I think applies to both Gloop and Camo because, why else would you have joined in the first place? It's not like you can be, threatened to, force them into the team. That's not really how it works. But yeah, I think yeah, it's just probably after being reluctant, he's just having to do these steps to make sure he's good, and not to mention a good the all of those new additions to the battle, all of them pretty much get defeated, and I think Gara, but not Gara, the Camo probably escapes using a teleported device or a ship. I'm not sure, but that's a significant move, so he will definitely be fine. Gara could have seen that. He's done all he can, and I don't think he'll get any beef from Gara about this. Maybe one day they might just catch up, and then the Camo's like, oh, I just done it reluctantly, and Gara might be a bit mad then. But yeah, let's just hold. Well, just put a pin on it, I suppose. Anyway, so oh yeah, there are like other too many spaces, and I think it's just trying to paragraph the wording, and yeah, I thought I fixed a lot, but oh no. Anyway, and also I think the four stops are meant to be after the bracket as well, so I do apologise. Yeah, I think my English writing is fine, but yeah, I think there's probably a couple of cases where it could be improved, which is why I don't think anyone uses comics as the best source of how to use punctuation, but yeah, definitely don't want to influence anyone like this. But yeah, like I said, I think in future I'll definitely fix them again, because especially when re-uploading them on different social media and that. Anyway, so this one done his role to escape death, but over time I have become really locked. Yeah, and I'm not the only one, which foreshadows Gloop. But I can give you a hard code to crack, so hard that no one else on Gary's team can hack it. Crack the puzzle and you can stop both machines. Okay, so yeah, so this is pretty much yeah, because yeah, it's not, yeah, he didn't exactly say, oh, this code will reveal the location, but I think it will still answer the question. So yeah, and I think it's Binary too late to crack that code later on. So yeah, Binary's made up of multiple personalities after all. A lot of them being really intelligent. And so yeah, that's just at least a small positive in this negative battle, even with a duel in between as well. Because I remember when I was thinking about this more episodically, Naros and the ship failing to save the animals, that could have been more massive subplot. And I think yeah, I always wanted a moment where the Naravas was trying to prove himself, only to be like as destructive as Ironfall, which disappoints him. So that's that represented, and I also wanted this huge battle, and but where to place this duel, and I just thought by putting it in between, it just adds a bit more flavour to which I can't like. There's not many cases where good versus evil for fight, but then you still have two of the same team fight one another. So yeah, it's yeah, a very rare trope. So yeah, I think that's definitely a good highlight. If I remember, I'll definitely talk about the pros and cons of this whole thing, and oh yeah, I can even do that with putting all the pages on the screen. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, so once again, important stuff first, and then we'll cover the rest of the battle. So yeah, them two are in the forefront, which is slightly aided by this darker ground, which is meant to be the foreground, and then you have all of this in the background. And I think thanks to these speech bubbles. Well, it's Zivit's speech bubble, but it's not quite there. It's just because of how everyone was positioned. But I think, yeah, that could have been positioned better. But yeah, that's what your eye will be drawn towards, and even this one's handy as well because Gloop, despite not helping with the battle, he's to help him, his team, despite being reluctant, and but yeah, just get him out of harm's way, which is quite noble for him. And yeah, even if he's in his standing pose, you can somewhat see he's been held by one of his gooey tentacles. And yeah, the tentacles are like made up of goo, which he can shape shift. So yeah, he's not like a solid beard whatsoever. Anyway, so Out Knight's pretty much trying to, stop this fight. Yeah, please stop, help, let's go to the ship or fight Garrett's army. So he's just trying to be like, hey, let's actually do something useful. But it looks like as if its range has gone bad at a point where you're going to make sure your range sword and these rob spirits go against you. So yeah, he's just not wanting to listen at all. And not to mention, if you're wondering why they're fighting one another, and it's because earlier, the detective tasked Out Knight to defend the ship, but after the ship gets attacked, that's where Zivit puts all the blame on him, which I guess Zivit should have blamed the detective as well for not going like quick enough in that regard, or even be mad at Camo. But yeah, I think like a tad more work could have made to clarify that Out Knight is who Zivit wants to take his anger on, because yeah, it's nearly there. And but yeah, he's really not into those spirits at a point where yeah, just saying that, if they go against you, yeah, it's just yeah, just like a way to try and defend him. I like this move though, he's using his the anchor weapon to get some kind of upper hand, and Out Knight just summoned like a smaller dinosaur, and it looks like Zivit's dodged it. Pretty cool crouching position too, I like that. Anyway, the rest of the battle. So it looks like, oh, okay, so Out Knight, Hailwolf is still fighting the beast, fair enough, although it looks like the Pathnos is trying to help Hailwolf, so yeah, once again they're just helping each other out, which is definitely a pattern. He might be trying to go for Garrett there, yeah, just almost like a group there, because yeah, it looks like Garrett's kicked Fletcher off the rock. Yeah, must have dodged all of those arrows well, because it's armor he wears as well, like very good armor. Because in the future of this series, because if you remember in the Pentology, the metal nitro exists, which is the hardest metal ever that's made up of stars. But once Dion goes, and even Mechador, because he was made of it too, despite being a cyborg, it's set that that nitro becomes illegal, and there are like some races, such as, well, individuals as well, such as Gara, who tries to use cheaper traces of it to make them stronger, which is against the new law, you could say. And I say cheaper as well because it does break later on, so yeah, we'll get there. Anyway, so they're also on top of the beast, nearly defeated, and probably get him jabbed by Out Knight there. And no, that's a pass off, sorry. And yeah, probably trying to go for Garrett too, but once again, Garrett, kicks Fletcher away. And Punk hits the squid away too, so bit of a parallel. Just very surface level one. Yeah, not really much of a meaning. But now the Eurasian Otter and the Sea Otter are fighting for now, despite being a tad blended into the background, but oh well, or the setting. And that's the Sea Otter's Seaweed Whip, which is probably using to like catch him off balance, so the Eurasian Otter can give him a go back. It looks like the Asian Shotgull Otters and the Prehistoric Otters fighting him as well. And yeah, what's happening is that Concho he loses an arm, but it looks like he's about to form a new one, and it's jade green, which means Hermota, which means material generation. And because later, I think, yeah, later on in this comic book, oh, actually, no, it's referring to something else actually, but part of Concho's backstory is that because it's Sammy's technology, with sentry guns and sentry robots being all over the galaxy, being made of this manipulate. Sorry, losing my breath. It's made out of a material that's very you can just manipulate a lot with, especially if you've read book 3 and so forth of the Bentiology. And yeah, Contra just managed to get hold of that technology at a point where he's able to self-repair like certain parts of his suit. And I think because it's quite complicated, I think he can do it at certain times. I think he probably would have really shapeshift his armor like Sammy's does, but I think, like I said, I think he can do it at a more basic level, such as replacing limbs. And interestingly enough, all the otters in the final battle, because this is just like still in the middle of the story, all the otters fight against him, and he of course loses. But the prehistoric otters, not there. I don't think in the following battle he did fight him. He's helping the detective actually to get from point A to point B. So yeah, kind of cool to watch him try and fight him, and to try and help the prehistoric otter as well. So even the prehistoric otter doesn't really have much of a presence in the story. At least is how he tries to work with the otters. I think that's nice. It just definitely needs a lot more detail. And then you have the neotropical otter. He's holding a rock, and darker than the other stones in the setting. And the Congo clawless otter, probably trying to defend himself. And like I said, he's about to throw a boulder, and the dual drilling robot's probably circling other debris around. Oh yeah, I think he's drilling the ground there, so yeah, he's probably spinning to hit the dirt towards his otters. And then finally, you have the giant otter who looks like he's got hold of the T-Rex as well, or the T-Rex skeleton. So yeah, it looks like everything's going pretty well for the good team, unlike the previous page where it just seemed a bit more balanced. But yeah, that's yeah, I like this shot. Yeah, let's go on to the next page. Okay, so it's nearly getting to the end of the battle, so you can see that Contro's recovered, and I think there could have been context that what was happening earlier was self-repairing instead of him just losing an arm and that's it. So yeah, I think that could have had context there. It's just a random mammoth in the background, just started the prehistoric setting. I wonder what he thinks of it. I think all of these animals would have been running away. And help. Okay, yeah. So thankfully, he's not covering the word, but yeah, that could have gone wrong. Who to go for? I guess first of all, yeah, Contra is about to shoot Out-Night, which kills him, which you'll see later on. But yeah, regardless, he's repaired, and he looks like he's going to take a shock. To which, yeah, fair enough, because if Gloop is taken away, like most of the bad guys away, then yeah, I think that does make the battle a little bit more scary for the bad guys. Just really having to act fast and probably easier to know where to target. And not to mention, he's the only one who notices this duel going on because yeah, if they're fighting all the others, no wonder nobody would be spotting them until later. What's happening around the back? Every shot for me. So it's about to shoot, so fair enough. And all of these three animals is what Zivich used to own, which is the quick one, the elephant one, with a octopus head almost, and the alien werewolf equivalent. So yeah, Elnat spawned all of them, and yeah, and he's win, indicating that he's more correct. and well, looks like the spirits are happy to help the wielder regardless. So yeah, the spirits aren't going to go against him. If anything, they kind of help him out, especially with what Contra does against him later. And it looks like Civet finally accepts, to which, yeah, that falls in line. Fine, you're right. If my animal buddies were all lost in that fire, the ship fire, these spirits, sorry, and these spirits seem to be fine without harm coming towards them. Well, I don't think they will get much harm, especially if they're spirits. Although I think that's what he's meaning, yeah, because none of these spirits get affected in that manner, not like real life beings, like if it's animals. Anyway, then maybe you're right. I wish collect. I wish collected them for a different. Oh, I wished I had collected them for a different reason. I've missed out 2 entire words there. Oh no. Yeah, I am so going to give these another round of editing and sorting out, because I remember going through the lot and doing all sorts of improvements, but I just can't believe I missed these. Oh no. But yeah, this shot is also a bit more focus as well, because after doing these battle shots, which are kind of quite busy and a lot to look at, but then you just have these ones which are a bit more laid back. So yeah, just nice to have more focus on again, in the middle of this madness. So yeah, could definitely he's won and he's lost. So yeah, let's get going. Okay, so that's the explosion sprite, yeah, coming from Contra, yeah, that's his arm gun. And yeah, you definitely tell that it's shot out night, and it's not my favourite effect, because what it's meaning, is, oh, okay, actually no, I take that back, because it's both like the sword, like reviving him, as a spirit, but his physical body's going, and he's somewhat becoming a spirit as well. It's just like he's lost one of his legs, so that's kind of a cool effect. Because so anyway, so in book 5, there's a moment where Vata, who's Seinfeld's father, when he tries to grab Emo to itself, it because of how powerful an element is, it's so powerful it starts to materialize him, and therefore kills him. Although I think looking back, I think I've accidentally made a contradiction, because in book 5, Seinfeld's just holding the life force just fine, but all of these elements are meant to be just as fatal as one another. When trying to get hold of them, they need proper absorbing and containing. But yeah, so yeah, it's kind of similar to that, where although instead of elemental parts totally getting rid of you regardless of what you touch, Our Night just seems to be affected only in a spiritual manner, less severe, but the damage to the physical body is still definitely there. And not to mention he's nearly covered the speech bubble, but I think it's just missed it. Anyway, sorry, did I want some out of breath? I suppose it worked earlier. Anyway, no, the wound is too great. So yeah, with all of those pauses, yeah, he's definitely not fine from that shot. I wonder if, because the revenge against Gavra is acknowledged, with the Phasmos later on, as you'll see later on, but I don't really get that with Contra, and I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity, just spot not known much about Out Night. Yeah, it could have been like, oh, how dare he, kill Out Night, but I think because of Out Night, continuing as a spirit, it's less severe to what's happened to Hellwolf later on. I know, small spoiler. Yeah, apologies if I haven't read it yet. But yeah, I think that's why there isn't that kind of dread for Out Night. But I think there should be some kind of it, because he's no longer physical. He's probably unable to fight. yeah, it doesn't really have a physical form. I know the spirits on the sword have physical forms, but that's they're different compared to completely losing all matter of the physical matter, I suppose. And yeah, I think that definitely needs more of an explanation. Sword carry my soul. Yeah, we can somewhat see that, but you shall take the sword. And yeah, Zivita doesn't really know what's going on. Doesn't really know much about these spirits other than he thought it was wrong to use the spirits, but it's the way around. It was wrong to use the um, the physical animals. And but yeah, the way he's trying to apologise, I think it's quite sad. And but yeah, he's going to take the sword, so we'll wait to see about that. And yeah, I think that's what once again, foreground and background. I think they could have been a bit smaller to sell that illusion, but you can somewhat see how he's just stepping into the camera when he's making that shot. Okay, yeah, let's move on. All right, so I think this is the last battle shot of this battle, and you can see it's a lot smaller because most of the bad guys have gone. The background ones anyway. Here's a prehistoric whale or prehistoric thing. Yeah, I need to give that a proper form and name. He's slightly covered, and yeah, it's just an attempt to give the world a bit more life. Probably seeing a life form. Watch the battle. But yeah, I think he could be quite interesting. I wonder what he thinks of all this. Anyway, so I like this from Gloop. You could definitely see his shape-shifting capabilities. It looks like Pod was going to try and attack him, only for Gloop to get him away. And I think Pod would have countered this easily with freezing him or using fire, but I suppose Gloop got away rather quickly. And then Contra over there, he's just firing at the Naravas. Probably some proper good shots, to take down a Naravas like this. But after all, this is a anti-Legion suit, so yeah, I think these shots were probably like me Pod or Titaran, like one of the bigger creatures. So yeah, it's cool to see the capability. Although we're losing, we are going to have to leave. So yeah, you can definitely see it's smaller. There's way more good guys around, and yeah, I think it's a tad of a repeat from last time where, although last time, the bad guys were a smaller team and lost one of them, but in this case, they all arrive in a bigger team. They do lose way more members, but they do take some from the good team as well. So there's still enough variation, but they do seem to be the kind who, even the Zion goons do that, where when they're nearly dead, they quickly leave the battle if they are sensible enough to know that they're not going to win it. So yeah, it's just passing on that wisdom. And you would have think that Thorn would have been the next one, properly taken away like Uppity was. Although I think Uppity was, the absorbing one much earlier on. I think what happened to him? I think he does get arrested, probably by one of Zami's drones or something. But yeah, I didn't really cover that. That's my theory, because you do see Uppity later in a cell alongside the other main ones. So, but yeah, Thor must have escape rather quickly, considering he's surrounded by all the otters. Well, except for the giant one, though, because it looks like he's got hold of the drill, prevented him from drilling, and he's in a bigger form. And Fletcher's right on his back. That's kind of cool. Although, what's not cool, especially seeing the centre of all of this, Garrett has managed to sadly stab Powerwolf, and yeah, Apasnos is probably feeling guilty, and he's lost the fight to Garrett earlier. And yeah, considering how much time they spent together, both in book 5 and this, yeah, I think it's just another sad moment. So yeah, let's move on. Alright, so at the end of the battle, and there's not a bad guy in sight, so yeah, they're definitely all left. And I feel like is this the right size? I think so, yeah. I think these otters like half them, but then the shock lot otters are half of every other otter, especially these three normal sized ones. But yeah, Howell's now died, which is really sad. Um, but yeah, let's have a look at the text. That being has taken away a very precious friend. Next time I see him, I'm going to break it. Oh yeah, I really like that line. I remember when both writing this and rereading it, before this presentation, which is kind of hilarious because I missed out 2 words earlier. Anyway, but yeah, he's definitely vengeful against Garen now. Personos is definitely very competitive, and there's normally a thrill to him when it comes to fighting, but and even if he'll get some thrill out of fighting Gareth, but this time it's a bit more personal, which is a bit more of an evolution for him. But yeah, then to a big mates, we've seen that a good few times, and yeah, he's really going to go after him. Or does the Near Tropical say they may have only met her briefly, but will provide her tribute once we win. So okay, so that's nice and reassuring because he's normally like the Joker of the lot. Only slightly though, definitely not as much as like Zera in the Pasnos in the Penteology. But at least that's nice for him to say. Although I think I probably would have given this line to Giant One actually. He's a bit more with that kind of wisdom. But yeah, it is just acknowledging that we've really just met her, but we'll still provide the respect, because she's one of the main Legion members, even if she's not as permanent as the others, because she's only in book 2 and 5. With definitely not as much screen time compared to the other Legion members. But yeah, that's Zivit's flying creature. Can see that Outnight's not quite in the frame yet, but neither is the detective. I think she's just finishing off the confronting. Probably contacted by an 8th, but yeah, I think a small update would help. Although actually, the detective was confronting someone. If she has something, we can resolve everything sooner. Can resolve everything sooner. Okay, yeah. So he, because I think he's in the same line as the Otters, where once again they've only just met her, but we still have the possibility of winning. And so it was. So it looks like Camu's got away, and I think she's yet to come into the frame. She's probably would feel sad about this as well. But yeah, looks like detectives just finished off, especially with him finishing the fight, unless he heard her confronting earlier. But anyway, so yeah, some answers are about to come about. The characters were almost circling around, and not to mention the Narvos is like looking away. And whilst I explained earlier, you do at least get story reasons later on. So yeah, let's move on. Alright, so we just left the prehistoric planet, and now everyone is down at the base. And so yeah, it is just a moment of a bit of normality whilst everything's a bit down, because we're definitely at the low point of the story. And I thought he was stepping on his shoulder, but no, it's the pod is definitely behind the giant otter right there, behind him too. But yeah, and also this is our knight in his ghostly form. And yeah, this is Nicole, just hearing about all of this. So yeah, she's just sharing her sadness. But if this has taken Legion members before, well, maybe she could have had a moment of being frustrated with them, and maybe she could have been like, oh, if only if I'm still young enough to keep fighting, then maybe this wouldn't have happened, and she could have. But I don't know. I think all of these are rather capable fighters at a point where it is just another severe threat, because in book 3 they'd lose Darwin, in book 4 they'd lose Mike, although that's more Retron's fault. But Dion still dies in book 5, defeated by Zynfor. He's well, somewhat defeated by Zynfor. Dion, was making a sacrifice using all 4 of the elements, but Zynfor's defeat did come at his cost. The cost of him rather. So yeah, if it's like on that similar danger, then yeah, I think she just knows that they're done all they could do. And anyway, it's a shame. I remember when Howell first joined us, she was doing back then. She need to be resilient. So yeah, especially with leaving no zone there, having the confidence to do that, and she can continue fighting, even helping against Zynfor in book 5. So yeah, because I think when looking at the main roster, I feel like she's probably one of the weaker characters in ability, but she does really well, and she has her unique traits, especially having a second form. So yeah, she's absolutely fab. I'll let Sammy know he'll be joining us all soon. So yeah, we know that. Okay, so it looks like them two have been chatting. Would have been nice to see what the chatting was, but probably. Although, would Sammy have been asked earlier? I can see that happening. Or maybe he's already on his way, but he's just about to hear this news of Tailwolf. So yeah, I think that's what she's referring to. So yeah, because you saw that Zamina achieved what he wanted to achieve with training the Parrot and getting Scape back on track. The Scape side of things, should have had a bit more detail. Well, kind of both, but you see what I mean. Anyway, more context for the Nataraz, and this is the only time where I create a bit of an action. But I think even without that, you can somewhat say that he's talking to himself, because he's the only one looking away. There's no everyone looking at the leader here. He's just on his own right there. But yeah, he's failed to see the animals in the vehicle, which is a bit hard-hitting for him. And yeah, because of Zynfor's legacy, just with that taking over and that. And now he's going to, he's questioning himself, but that's in question later on. And they may have somewhat lost that night, but they have the whole heap of, just the officers in Zivit, but that's still fine, and the flying creature's still there. So yeah, let's move on to the next page. I forgot to say I really like the transparency of Out Knight as well in the spiritual form. I just think that looks cool. Because he's not only like lower in opacity, but it's like a tint of green as well, which I think is rather neat. Is that a? Oh no, I think there's a bit of an eraser caught off the speech bubble there. Anyway, so after a bit of reflection, it looks like this code has been cracked, and they found the location. So on the screen, you can see a rough outline for what the fight is like, and that's a locator icon, as you'll see on Google Maps, except it's blue there but red on Google. And so this is what generates the robots, and this is the satellite thing, which is nearly breaching off the screen, but I guess it's holographic anyway. Could come out of the screen, but yes, creating the beam to create shields all over the planet. So yeah, you'll see a far more detailed setting when we get there. Anyway, so back to the detective team, and with the exclamation mark, she's probably still angry about losing Hellwolf, and so she's like, please give me answers. And then that's where oh yeah, I think she talks next. Yeah, I think it's like left to right there. And this could be like two personalities talking, hence why there's a gap here, but unless it's in between, I guess let's have a look. Thanks to confronting their sniper, it gave me some coordinates. Okay, so that's what the code is. Once me and Bionate and this other personalities crack the code, we know where they go to stop any more suffering to our Legion alliances. So yeah, they found the location evidently. And it looks like she cares a bit more about the team as well, which is a bit vague throughout the story, but it's nice to see her progress. Considering she's used to be a bit more of a solo person, but now she's a bit more vested. Gives information for a Diddy memory stick, so we at least see what the information was. Is the code within a memory stick. Abandoned space planet named Sota. I can see on the screen. So yeah, a bit of instruction there, especially for the reader. So that's there. Sota, I'm yet to make more of a physical presence, because I'm still tempted with that idea where these because before the Legion came along and when Design 4 was started to build up even better as well, I had this idea of like a normal generic space force where they'd share more of the same equipment instead of being creatures of their own abilities, like the Legion is, with how each one stands out. But yeah, there's the Space Force idea I thought of where, the response time for, but obviously it doesn't make it. So that idea could still come about, unless it could be, I think I'll refine that far better in the future. But regardless, there's this and this planet that is now established, and yeah, I don't want to retcon it, especially when it's a big part of this story, and it's a story which I consider it rather special. Yeah, I think this is rather good sequel-wise, even if the older characters don't get as much screen time, but they definitely do have their moments. That Apasnos line though, that was fab. He's like the star of the show, but I like Zamu's role as well, regarding the old cast alone. So yeah, I think that's it for this page. So yeah, let's get going. Okay. Sorry, not a good start. Anyway, so let's start with the simpler things first. As you can see, this is definitely the biggest speech bubble. Although not to mention, this is a hologram of roughly the land that they're about to go to, with the satellite and the robot generating thing there. I say because I mentioned in the previous pages about a space base. Could that be the base that's been repurposed as the robot creating thing? That's interesting. Okay. Anyway, so as if it's an outright term, yeah, I can see how they've made up, after earlier, as it would have felt some guilt, and this is like a way to, help each other out, especially with Outright offering the sword, and yeah, the dots at the end indicate that, yeah, the training towards that is, coming about rather soon. I think I once had an idea of them quickly going to the Nemeans about it, and whilst that could still be possible, they would have to quickly go there and back, because if you remember, all of the Legion planets are about to have shields all around them, and I think I must have had an idea for Zivit to quickly get out of that planet just before the shields are up. So yeah, I can still see how that work. I don't know how many, because there's the jet and the comet front, which them two would have, this team would have had. So, mate, Zivit has its no, he doesn't have that big ship anymore. Maybe Detective's jet then, and then everyone manages to fit in the comet front. Because the awesome returns couldn't be ridden on by Zami. Oh, yeah, mentioned spaceships, by the way. So, yeah, it just looks like the seeing the Numians isn't the case. And Bite Nate, he's more, he's been helping with some things in the background, like locating other things for the other characters, and helping the detective with some investigations and that. And but yeah, now he gets to him and the others, the other personalities, one body. He is talking to the Naras. Let's see what he say. Let's see. You don't want to join, but I do have a spare ship, so I'll keep it ready for you just in case. Okay, so a spare ship. So when the Naras comes about, that's where later on in the final battle of the story, And it's like a great amount of oomph that really helps the good guys, because the Narva single-handedly like destroys the ship. No ship, not the ship. Um, the um, the robot generating thing. So yeah, so it's nice for Binate to provide Narvas a bit of encouragement and spare ship. Yeah, that makes sense because at the I know Narvas has always been in that colour. Because I remember when I had this idea for Zami to create the armour for him, hence why he's blue, but it just looks like that's his new colour now. And I guess the whole Zami Legion connection could still apply to him, especially as he's like a far lighter in colour Narvas compared to the Zime especially the armour, and to, compared to Zime 4, sorry, I was wondering if I said the right word, yeah, compared to Zime 4, compared to that, even the mate in the normal version, yeah, they were visually dark with, like grey armour and that. Anyway, but not to mention the Officer Summerhead will be more persuasive. You'll have something to say, which, yeah, that's a nice line. Yeah, all sorts of encouraging things they could say to him. It's been a while since I last planned by Nick because he does have his own animation where I think some of the personalities might could still carry through with one being an engineer, one being a scientist, there's the main host. But I feel like I could do with a replan and a clarification because not to mention, like the story just keeps mentioning about the others, but we don't see the others speak. It's just been Binate as the main host talking. I guess they've helped with the investigating. It's almost like having multiple forensic scientists, perhaps. But yeah, I think that could have been done. But once again, we've encountered so many suggested improvements at that point where I think it'll be cool to create like a second story and to really prompt this one up. Help fill the gaps. It could be called an alternative legion meanwhile or something. Anyway, okay, thanks to your works thanks to the work of the detectives, we have our new battlefield, which they see right there, seeing their work pay off, the detectives' work pay off. As Emma will meet us along the way, he's in a ship, which we'll see later. He will hack into the machine that will force field maneuver our planets. Has no sense of it guarding him. Yep, so this is like the battle strategy. The three of them are going to go there. Pod will generate his power throughout the battle, especially with a robot army around you, or to get behind. Especially with a robot army around you, or to get behind. I don't know about the last part, but to clarify, so yeah, Pod, because of how aged he is, he's more of a power focused being. So yeah, so as you'll see later on in the battle, it kind of stays in one spot, but he controls all the fire, ice, and water everywhere, helping the others. And so yeah, the pod will definitely be a big help, even if he's not like throwing the fists, he's just doing the power all around, which still is really handy. Fletcher, you defend pod, yeah, that's a simple role, especially with Fletcher being a long-range shooter, and with pod needing a lot of concentration with power, as set up in the novels and perhaps storybooks in a couple of instances. Yeah, Fletcher definitely needs to help him. And the rest shall advance to the other machine to stop the robot army. So that's what the rest are doing. They'll be fighting the goons too, but yeah, this is ground level fight. And all of you watch the sky because all of these robots will try and leave the atmosphere to throw some cheap shots on our defenseless planets. Planets who now have lost contact with. Okay, so that bracket was looks like that's meant to be later. And but yeah, so yeah, these robots can fly. They'll be leaving the atmosphere. That's their primary goal. But this fight, well, the robots will be trying to fight the Legion, but some will try and escape. And I think everyone will try and stop them from flying, but I think that's what Pod and Fletcher will be basically doing, especially with the otters not really having a massive long range. So yeah, I think that I could have probably clarified. Also defenseless. Yeah. I suppose they don't have like shields like around the planet. That's not really a thing in this universe. It might be like, well, protected, especially what happened with the novels, but call them defenseless. That's just worried me a bit. Because what about the Titaran planet? Like, how guarded is that? You know, that must be like well armored. Anyway, she starts will guide you, or yeah, as she's done last time. So yeah, she'll just act as just like a help, contact anyone with the earpieces, help guide them through the battle. Hopefully, she does get a couple of lines later on the battle. I really hope so. Let's make another victory for the Legion. Yep. So even if it's smaller in scale compared to Book 5, it's still a serious thing. And yeah, you do have everyone. The Otters are grouped together, and there's Apasnos who's pretty much on his own. Further emphasising the loss of Hellwolf, and then some of the new characters over there, just well, then to up to their business, but the detective probably would be admiring that the work she's done. Another success for her, because yeah, she would have been at it for years, and then to do their thing, I shall say. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely some wording problems. The speech bubble could arguably be far too big. I love on scale. I like the look of the hologram, and it's a tad busy, but at least with how cauliflower one is, it goes nicely with this vaguely vague background. But anyway, let's continue. So yeah, as mentioned in the previous page, yeah, Zami will be meeting them along the way, and that is regarding their spaceships meeting up and just making it to the same destination. Which yeah, I think Zami definitely would have been passed that on. Definitely something we can infer. And I think this conversation is to talk about Hellwolf. Yeah, so Aparo is to talk about how sorry he is, that Hellwolf is no longer around, but he admires her achievement to leave Ozona, which but yeah, and also just continues to tell those stories. So I think there is like some kind of theme of trying to carry on like the legacy. I feel like I've come up with other story ideas that help with that theme more so, but Terry spoken here, that definitely indicates that even if the original leading members are far more older, at least there's like this new team that's definitely on board and definitely has like the same goals and mindset. But yeah, nice for Borrow to say. It's just a nice way to connect them, even if they've sadly haven't had a lot of screen time. Somebody says, I will miss her, but right now I hope you keep those tips in mind, despite the space there, because I don't want you to get to blow up in the battle if you want to get there. Yep, so all that training, hopefully we'll keep intact. Yeah, nice for him to say thank you. He's probably quite upset as well. Because they've had quite a few moments together. Hellwolf used to compliment him, during book 2 when he was a bit insecure. So yeah, I think it'll be definitely a big miss. And as Gabe says, after being away for so long, I want to see my race again once I save them. I wish they joined us. This new Republic army sounds intense. Okay, so yeah, so it's quite nice for presumably, as I say that correctly. Yeah, so after running away from the Titarans, yeah, he's gonna try and help them out because they'll be trapped too. Yeah, because I think I've once had Vondor, who was or Vondor, no Vondor, I would say, he was like the meaner Tyrant who joined the Legion in the 5th book, and yeah, you would think he's like a Legion member too, but I've always had that idea of like the Tyrants mainly like sticking together. The only reason Vondor came with the Legion was because there was just no more of a Tyrants to help with the fighting, so of course he would come along. So he was just more temporary, but maybe I should have made him more of a like solid Legion member. But like I said, if all the Tyrants are more preferred to be a clan of their own despite being alliances with the Legion, then yeah, I could see that being the case. But yeah, no, nice for him to think of helping them out, and yeah, we're definitely getting all the Tyrants is good list, good shoes, good boots. Just being on the, just make them pleased, and just have him, glad to be back. Despite what he's done and running away. Yeah, sorry about the listing, by the way. But yeah, of course, the wishing they joined. Yeah, because yeah, they're a very good set of fighters. The Titans are. Yeah, very powerful race. Yeah, I think they would have won a lot more easier if they come about. The new robotic army. Yeah, you just don't know what to expect, and yeah, the story is definitely like that by design. You just don't know what they're going to be like. So, but yeah, let's just have a look, shall we? Oh, yeah, this is your server turn, by the way. But yeah, let's get going. Okay, so someone just pointed out. So she said 2 pages ago that the fossils have started to be formed and they've lost contact, added to the effects of the shields. But now she's saying that is, is it because she's saying, oh no, now it's all of them? I don't know. It's just, I guess she was like vague a couple of pages ago, but I don't know. This is definitely repeated information, and yeah, this is meant to be like all the planets being labelled, but because they're just blocks, it's a bit vague, but I think we can somewhat see. I wonder what kind of ice it is as well. Anyway, around them, they're trapped. Right, we better get going, everyone. Okay, so instead of repeating information, that definitely could have been something else, if not more focused on those two. Oh no, I can't believe it repeated information. I think I kind of blame it on my scheduling, because I think I must have like the way I progressed, just coming back after a couple of days, but just I guess I didn't check what was last said, or just wondering when the force fields came about. So yeah, I do get awfully busy, with everything else outside of like creating these comics and that. So yeah, apologies for the repeated information, but at least I will get going, because Anlight's helping with the training, and he says that's it, just think of the spirit carefully and it will match your intention. So at least we get an understanding how they work. So it's almost like, yeah, just I guess it's a bit like a porra, just more concentration and just using the power well enough. And also maybe it could be nice for Zivit and Apara to have like some kind of moment of control power, but I don't know. I'm still like it with rarities, but yeah, this is definitely all of their creatures, even the elephant seal as well, and even the squid from earlier. So yeah, there's digging one, the critter, the shell one, the digging one, the werewolf one, the fast one, and the big elephant one. So yeah, pretty nice. Yeah, I wondered why they haven't go like straight after the speech. Maybe I think it is just some preparing, maybe like fueling the ships and that, and maybe just solidifying a GPS route or something. I think that's what you definitely can infer, but probably could have been clearer. Could have been in the speech bubble, but oh well. Yeah, let's go into the next one. Okay, so despite Binex's pep talk, it looks like Nicole is also having a chat with him too. Although, actually, I think this one could be different, especially now that they're leaving, and also it's good for me to remember that it feels like it's nearly night time on there. That's kind of nice looking. Yeah, the common front and the detector's jet. I would have, I wondered if he was in which vehicle. Yeah, never mind. So Venlig, that's the Narvas's name. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. I think we would have been in a far worse position now if it wasn't for you, which, huh, um, I suppose, he's helped with, defending the detective and her team in both battles, even if he didn't quite make it with the animal ship. Okay, yeah, I think that's what it must be referring to. You're also the only one who could get in and out of that fire without a mark. Oh yeah, so yeah, that's definitely a good way to make someone feel good. Like yes, he didn't quite save the animals in that ship, but he wasn't on fire, and he just went into it without question. So yeah, still very noble. I know Zion legacy is in the gutter, but him and Vata are gone now. You can reform what a Narrowbas could be, just like how Dion showed what a Netrobot should have been. Now there is a spare ship, so you could join. We could do with someone who heads into fire. Oh, I really like that last bit of the line. What does he say? Captain, I couldn't come with them. I couldn't see civet animals. My generation do not fight. I know I should have listened to them. Okay, so it's not maybe he should have spoken first and then her, but um, so yeah, I think he's trying to come up with a counter argument, and I guess I was also just trying to create that sense of, oh, will he go or will he not? But yeah, I think that's still in the air because the ships are gone, and yes, there's a spare ship, but will he accept? Um, anyway, let's break down Nicole's line a bit more. So we talked about that. You're also the only one who could get out of the ship without Mark. Oh yeah, I've talked about that as well. So yeah, Zeinfeld had an extremely negative legacy, both him and Vata, but she's just related Venlig to sorry, I thought I heard something. Definitely making both. Well, let me just start again because if you remember in the books, Dion redefined an Itrabot because Dion's creator Zembion wanted the Nitrobots to be a saving race, to help the galaxy. Instead, they ended up being more of a invading race, and Dion definitely helped with that. And but yeah, she's just using that same philosophy and saying, with the rest of the race, aside, especially the previous generation, and now you're here doing all of these acts, you have the potential to redefine the race. And like I said, yeah, that's a really good sentence, because everyone does have like different strength levels. Even Pod is like extremely tough, but now Rastus are just up a whole new level because it took the entire amulet to take down Sight Force. So yeah, it's extremely powerful creatures, and even if there is like multiple tanks for Navras to be an extremely powerful one, and I think the trade-off is the lack of martial arts, as he said there, but he's still powerful. Um, I couldn't come with them. I couldn't save an animal, so yeah, still feeling guilty about not being able to still save the animals. So yeah, definitely emphasised here because I'm not sure it was mentioned until now. Sorry, I've forgotten. It's just taking me days to do these recordings. So yeah, it's just saying that you couldn't, due to the guilt. And yeah, this new generation of Narrasses, they're just like a peaceful race. I mean, because the design force as well. When the Narrasses were first created, according to my own definitive headcanon, which definitely will be expanded upon, like they were created by the elements themselves when there were living entities to help with the universe, but except the Narrasses, decided to like turn their back on them. But yeah, this new generation Narrasses are definitely not like that. And because yeah, like Aporo and yeah, he's just left his own. Well, actually, no, Aporo and Hellwolf, that's just leaving evil. But if anything, he's probably like more similar to Out Knight, where he decides to turn him back on his own race for his own needs. I think both Navras and Out Knight could have had a conversation like that. Wow, that's another connection that should have been expanded upon. Anyway, but yeah, so for him to want to go out and about and try and do some good, it's very noble, but now he's just having some doubts about it. And yeah, just once again, it's left in the air, and who knows what he's going to choose. So, yeah, just go on to the next page. Okay, so this is what inside the satellite room looks like. So, yeah, nice to set that up. It also creates a bit of mystery of what the planet looks like, and you can definitely tell this building is like worn out and abandoned because it has these open gaps, even revealing clouds. So, pretty cool that. And that's the satellite itself, and yes, it's not very detailed, but I think thanks to like the shape, you could definitely fit a disc. But yeah, this is the last of this evil clan. Well, I say evil, Gloop will have a movement later, but also I just like this opening line, "Hello, alright chums." So he's definitely informal in his speech, and I think that's definitely worth to talk about with I forgot Agara, that's his name. Yeah, because when looking at the past villains, especially in the books, all of them were like rather formal, but not to mention all of them were just big and tank-like. And whilst Ozona definitely wasn't a tank like the others, he was still rather formal and wise. But to get a villain who's a bit younger and far less powerful, but he still has all of that influence, that definitely makes him a good standout villain across this universe. But yeah, that definitely makes him stand out. No doubt the Legion will be around, which means, did he know about Camo leaking this information, or maybe Garro's just thinking, they're probably going to track these robots and they probably might come to us. So yeah, nice for him to keep an open mind. That's definitely smart, and he's looks like he's preparing everyone. So yeah, also smart. Those robots were probably programmed to fight the Legion too, wherever they are. That could have been mentioned, but oh well. Hopefully not too soon. Yeah, good luck with that. I'll stay here, and the rest can stand by the robot generator. No, it should be you lot should stand by the robot generator. Oh well. But yeah, he's going to stay to defend the satellite, so fair enough. Although Gloop, you stay inside as there's that as the last line of defense. Okay, so yeah, Fawn and Contra are going to be like outside the robot generating thing to defend it, whilst Gloop is staying inside. And what's interesting about that is that with Gloop being inside, it doesn't have to be involved in any combat, which means he's out of harm's way, but it then just leads to a moment later on, so you can see why he's in there, and there for a lot of reasons. But yeah, it's a pretty good strategy for the bad guys. So yeah, let's get going. Alright, so this is the biggest shot in scale. So this is definitely what the planet also looks like. Could be, oh yeah, that was meant to be an empty stream, which is then filled with water, which is thanks to Pod, which helps the likes of the otters. Alright, so that's the Zami's ship. Yeah, he's come about, and yeah, Zami would have gone in there, probably to fight. Oh no, so because Apollo and Scabe are joining the main battle, but would it have made more sense to come with Zami first? Maybe they should have defended Zami to save the exchanging. Like, why does? Maybe. Oh yeah, because yeah, Basnos doesn't say, "Oh, I'm so going to fight Gara," unless. Oh, I don't know. That should have been addressed. Anyway, so I think this is the detective talking, or it could be Nicole. That should have been clearer. Maybe the text should be coloured, but there's already so many people that might be hard to do. Anyway, alright, all drop off from the ship. All ships can fire at this new army via drone mode. So yeah, these ships definitely can be handy, because I think drone mode has been a thing since the start when the awesome material was helping fire against Orphean, only for Orphean to take it down quickly. But yeah, nice to maintain that. It's a good way to make the ships useful, especially they can do that on their own. Does the jet do that? Fair enough. So you drop off the ship. So yeah, everyone would be going out the ships rather quickly. And yeah, also forgotten. Yeah, the mechanism was created by Contra, which is rather good. So each villain, aside from the 3 extras at the prehistoric planet, there were definitely extras to add to the numbers and intimidation. But with this main lot, you have Uppity, who has pretty much been taken down, and he's like an example of what happens when a Poro doesn't use his power correctly. And then they have Fawn, who used to know Aparo, and Contra has helped create all of these robots, and have Garrow, who's the leader. So everyone definitely has a good role. And but yeah, so yeah, it's definitely Contra doing that machine, and yeah, these are what the robots look like. You get to definitely see them better, but yeah, I like the look of them. They probably could have looked like Contra a bit more, but I think I just wanted to make them stand out. Thanks to Contra, your machine has created some dope robots. So even he's speaking in an informal manner. We'll call them Contra bots. Fair, yeah. I think that name kind of works. I could definitely remember that. Alright, so it's just setting up more of the battlefield. So yeah, let's move on. Alright, so this is like what the satellite fight looks like. So yeah, Zami would have fought Garrow in between somewhere, but definitely needs a lot of concentration to the satellite, as emphasized by the word gosh. Gosh, they got hold of my shift in Hemotech. This will take ages, so it looks like this. Yeah, definitely it's not a case of cutting some wires and pressing certain buttons. I think this is definitely more like technology manipulation. So yeah, this is definitely far more tricky, especially when it's similar tech as his. Yeah, just very emphasizing how Contra just repurposed the tech. So maybe Contra's helped with this too. He's like the mechanic almost. And there's like here. Sorry, Apostos, what was he going to say? Nobody throws the grappling hooks at me. I'll be throwing all sorts back at you. That's a tad cheesy, but I like the starting line. I think he should have showed a bit more like anger, being like, "Oh, how do you take her wolf away from me?" Which could have been sounded a bit cheesy, but I like the. It's okay. I think that could have done with a bit of a redraft, but yeah, you can see how the grappling hook's been deflected. So pretty interesting thing, and yeah, looks like Zivit is firing some Varanics at Garrow as well. Yeah, Varanics that come from the 4th novel. So yeah, nice for them to come about. Yeah, they definitely act as a good projectile for whoever uses the sword. Yeah, just coming up like this, and yeah, alright, that's rather cool. And I think that's all I can say for this one. Yeah, just basically what this fight looks like. So yeah, let's move on. Alright, this is a lot. Also, yeah, the prehistoric otter has a name. That's good. Let's cover the speech bubbles first. That's it, pre-deck. Take me to Globe. I think he's not what he seems all the way there. Yeah, all the way there is meant to mean that, or he's probably at the building, right there. But yeah, I think that should have said, hey, just he's over there, go over there. I think that's what he should have said instead. But yeah, kind of cool for Predeck to offer a ride there. It's kind of creative. Because he would have been faster than that, because these prehistoric otters are like a big cat. So yeah, he's at the building, and oh yeah, because I think she was told by the camo that there has been another hesitant one who's helping out or something. I can't quite remember the details, but it looks like she's been smart enough to figure out that Gloop is probably the one who partially helped with the clues, and probably one reason why he's not allowed to survive in this battle. I think she definitely would be smart to defend herself just in case, but after hearing about Camo, just who else could it be, especially with that being the rest of Gareth's team, earlier. And I think that's, oh yeah, Fletcher's line. Good catch, Pod, but these are starting to leave the planet. I'll help too. Yeah, so definitely clarifying that these robots are trying to flee, and yeah, so that's Pod's. Yeah, I think these are more like his ice powers. I just suddenly realised it looks like a groin shot. God, that's unintentional. But yeah, just probably some ice abilities, like shooing them off, which is kind of cool. And yeah, this is Scabe. Yeah, you can see how how the with the living core being inside him, you can see how his limbs extend, because yeah, that's all of his extensions be made up of vegetation. So yeah, he's able to extend himself and extend his punches. So yeah, he's definitely yeah, he looks kind of cool with it. Yeah, definitely makes him stand out. Very capable fighter. And then that's Sapporo, who he's probably using these blocks to defend himself and being able to zap him, because yeah, this is the whole of the elements, just Promoter and sorry, and the Forza, with the matter manipulation and physical matter and electricity, yeah, all in the same colour. So he looks a bit more in control, and it looks kind of cool with it. So yeah, that's more the right to the battle, with the robot army there. But yeah, that's yeah, I quite like that shot. Just if you just look carefully, it looks kind of neat. I think that although I will say that I think the environment should have been a bit less detailed, because it does make it tricky on the first country, because you had to really look hard, and I hope that's not put people off, because it should be a bit more exciting, but I think there are some environments, like for instance with Nahashtu, being made up of buildings, that's definitely the right balance of detailed but not so detailed at a point where it doesn't create confusion for where the characters are placed. But I think this is almost like the opposite effect, even if everyone's a bit bright and contrasting all of this blue. Yeah, let's get going. So yeah, the otters have their time to shine. So yeah, they're more in the centre of the battle, which you almost can't see, because yeah, the intention was to show the inside of the satellite room, the battle where the robot army is, which most of the Legion is at. Or yeah, just like the other Legion members, both old and new, and then you have the otters at the middle. So yeah, let's do the speech bubble first. Probably talk, and that's the Eurasian otter who leads this lot. What does he say? Well, thank you, Pod, for giving us water, especially for my speed boost. Anyway, with him nearly down, we'll then focus on this metallic army. Oh, I started to get a bit of a sore throat. Anyway, so yeah, all of them are about to take down Contra. Yeah, definitely an attention I had. Just showing the otters working together to take him down. So he looks like the helmet's been stabbed and Contra's missed with both weapons, and the otter is, he's using a seaweed to probably pull him back. And but yeah, because some of the otters are meant to be strong on the tank versions of this race, which in various degrees, because you have the giant otter, which is obvious, and then I think the neotropical otter is probably stronger, yes, because of the rocks, but this otter is also probably not being as strong, but definitely tough, especially with the seaweed capability. Yeah, I think that's more of his skill, but he still needs a lot of strength for it. It's a bit like Wonder Woman, because he's not as strong as she's not as strong as Superman, but she's definitely has the strength to use the lasso, which it's a really cool way to use her own strength. Yeah, when I said sorry, it was just because I would have just mixed up some of the wording. Anyway, and then you have the Conga Clawless Otter. He's managed to get a good jab against one of the robots. Even the giant otter right there is just punching one away. And this is what robots look like when they're leaving, which I find kind of intimidating. They look like rockets going upwards, but yeah, just that's why everyone's just trying to catch. I don't think a single one leaves the planet. Maybe one does, but I think that's the story for another time. And Predek, he's helping out as well. Looks like he's on top as well. Saying us for him to help would have been nice to add another line, but maybe I want to save the busy work. I think the shot looks slightly better, but still too much detail. And yeah, this cyan's meant to be water when water has been shown to be darker. Maybe it's like icy water, perhaps. But you can see how Pod's helping them out, especially like filling the stream. So yeah, that's nice. And that's the Asian shortcut latter, just how it clones the others, like a long range one too, to fight some robots. So yeah, and what's this new? What's Neo Droplata doing? Is he just bouncing his head against his arm, or maybe he's dodging the blade actually. I think that's what he's doing. So yeah, I like this auto-dedicated shot. But anyway, they can see that they nearly defeated Contras. That's definitely good battle progression, and calling them metallic army, because yeah, technology is partly a thing in that world, which is definitely going to be explained in the prequel. Anyway, let's get going. Although, how come the clones have a stick? That's not meant to be the case. Oops. Yeah, because this place won't have sticks either. Oh yeah, that's another plot hole. Yeah, if I've been proving this, I just won't have them have sticks, so that's just a bit odd. Yeah, because it's just meant to be the bodies on the sticks. Yeah, let's get going. Alright, so now we see what the inside of the of the satellite room looks like. Now we see what the robot building looks like in the inside. And despite like a lot of details, this looks a bit weird because it just looks like the pieces like shrink and then form the body. Maybe there's like a conveyor belt that goes that way, or maybe it does go like further back and then forms the body. But no, yeah, if those pieces should have been smaller. I think because they're drawn on the environment itself, when they should have been placed, in a similar way the characters are. Oh well. I do like the wiring though, how it's held up. That looks nice. And the conveyor belt and then how the belt forms. That's kind of cool. Although maybe, hopefully they do like turn this off. Unless they can't. Oh no, there should have been a reason why. Yeah, I'm even gonna look back on this and do like this new story to help this one. Anyway, so yeah, once she enters, he's like, "No, stop," but probably saying like going away. But yeah, now she says, "Okay, Gleep, so you might have been ordered to stay here, but from what I can see, you are the other reluctant member of the team." Oh yeah, as Camo says, if you are not so keen on Gara, etc., perhaps I can give you a new order. Yeah, which is kind of so she has shown to work out that he's the other reluctant member of the team, and then that's why she's like, can help us out instead. To which we see him do, so that's nice. Yeah, there's so many instances of characters being like, hey, help us out, and just giving them a choice. We see that with the Navras earlier. I forgot his name again. Anyway, but yeah, it's just also showing that she's aware of what kind of position he's in. Definitely not an easy position, because if he's seen help, that's going to put the target on his back. But it looks like that's less of a problem. But once again, why not turn off this machine? Because you definitely won't know if the Navras was coming here or not. A new order? Well, I suppose if she's a DCI, you can give orders to others, so I guess that's correct. I'm not sure. Also, yeah, it's definitely another environment which I think is just giving the right amount of detail, so I like how the characters fit in. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, definitely some good payoffs here. Once again, he's extending his fist, and he's extended the vegetation from his back, and he's knocking out multiple. Actually, no, not just the goons, but he's helped lifted Apollo here. That's kind of cool. And yeah, he's basically using material manipulation to mess about with Fawn's legs. And funny enough, that's what Seinfeld does with Sammy's suit, like just mess the suit about to make him more immobile. But I think Sammy does manage to repair it, but obviously Fawn doesn't have that ability. So yeah, his metallic replacement legs are over and done with. Yeah, definitely all twisted in that. So another just nice payoff for Porro. What does he say? Is he Fawn? I did miss our friendship, but I didn't want to add the death count across the galaxy. Yeah. Yeah, just once again just added to the theme, and yeah, is he a thinner character? I think all of them, a good majority, just as thin, because I think it's him, the Ordinariverse, the detectives, Civet, um, Apasnos perhaps. Yeah, I think those are like the characters that have the more depth, and um, probably four of them are a bit more than Apollo because he hasn't had much screen time, or page time you could call it. Um, Well, yeah, at least their pretensions there, just the right focus and how it, gets set up and pays off. But yeah, I just like how Escape, helps him out, and because Escape could have had like a cool moment against him, but it's definitely a Porro's fight, and just his payoff and fighting, his own ally. He might have done in the previous battle, but it is definitely emphasized here. Because even if Apollo is more powerful, Fawn has amazing martial arts, so still would have been tense for him. Also, another thing, the whole no martial art thing that the Navras has could have been another thing in common that him and Apollo have. So yeah, that's just once again another connection. Okay, I'll just say here. Here, Apollo, I'll keep these away from you. I better save my creation. So yeah, it will be it's a very interesting dynamic because with all creation it's almost like your own child, but I don't think it's definitely not that sentimental. It was a bit like Zemion and Dion. Despite their short amount of time, Zemion was like, yes, you are my creation, but they definitely treated each other like just like very good friends and fighting buddies, being aligned with what they want to do. There is far more depth for them to compare to Scabe and Apara, however, and I think that definitely should be expanded upon. But yeah, he's helping and get the robots away. So yeah, that's nice for Scabe to do. Yeah, definitely a good background character. Yeah, with just enough purpose in the story. And yeah, Fawn is down, and Contra is down, and Gloop's turn. So yeah, just leaves it with Gara left. Yeah, let's get going. And this page pretty much shows, the Navras coming about here. He's blown up the robot thing. Oh, and Gloop's there, helping out too. He's shape shifting, which yeah, good for him. And it just looks like the last of the robots flying out. And oh yeah, also as I was creating the story, I remember thinking, cannot Sammy, destroy the satellite instead, um, but that definitely was a plot hole that was fixed last minute. But we definitely would have wished there was more of that. Anyway, even he's helping too, but it's too bad we cannot wreck the satellite with block planet. But yeah, he's the Frederick acknowledging that he's helping out, which is nice for Gloop to do. Knocking them about. Yeah, they're flying away. Now rush from. Is that even like the right size distance? I think so. Yeah, living there is that far. Is it? I'm not sure. It's something a bit uncanny. Anyway, well, yeah, I just really had this payoff where the Navras is just this indestructible entity, and he just like runs across the battlefield out to the spare ship from earlier, and yeah, just comes to him, blows it up with the explosion symbols there. He's helped destroy the robot creating mechanism. Yeah, it's just helps clarify. But Pod now and definitely would admire him. They definitely should have chatted with one another about this. but you know, at least it recognises his effort. So yeah, definitely would look good in pod size. I say even if you know there's problems with the story, and I just thought about the idea of another story just to fix the bits from that. I can even just do that with just for each stories, because you know I do have the story idea which I might have mentioned earlier about the you know this Naravash, you know, just you know having problems with you know his race because of getting involved with the Legion. You know, that's where Pod could be like, hey, you know, I did my erection on that planet. Because yeah, that story could definitely take place not long after this. So yeah, that's where fixes definitely would be fixed more naturally. You know, when you'd like look back on events that actually happened. Anyway, it shows just some two cool payoffs. So yeah, very cool. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, I forgot to say it was Threat of, you know, defending Podmore, so, you know, just two classic characters side by side. Because, yeah, they didn't really spend much time together in book 5, so, yeah, just like for them to get on, but I think that more of a dynamic should have been formed between them two. Anyway, not gonna lie, this is one of my favourite pages, so, yeah, how did this idea come about? I'm not sure, but, you know, there is like a minor trope where a character has to, you know, he or she possesses another form to fight off the bad guy. And yeah, so as set up by Zivert, well, yeah, just much earlier on in the story, you know, this is the werewolf serum where any race can turn into this creature, and yeah, the creature is very powerful. There is, I don't think all the information is explained, but as far as I know, there is like a risk to having this form because you are. Sorry, I thought I was supposed to once again. But like if you're in this form for long enough, you'll like end up losing your memory permanently, and yeah, just like stay in this form as well. So yeah, definitely a risk to it, but you know, thankfully, Zivit's onto it with the serum and that. Oh yeah, and yeah, I don't know which creature he gets the antidote from, but um, yeah, that should be clarified. But at least he remembers and is smart enough to identify it. But yeah, all of the characters are down. You know, Garrett's just managed to fight them off because he's extremely skilled and the kind of armor he has as well. I think there was just one idea I had probably recently where Sammy manages to use his power to like weaken Garrett's armor with the whole material manipulation. Um, sorry, and um, but yeah, like even then, yeah, he's still really hard to fight. But you know now the detectives come about, and yeah, you can just see the transformation progression, a bit like Jojo and Otto showed earlier, but instead this is just transforming over time. Not to mention, I think this is like slightly different to the werewolf creature we saw earlier, but I think it's just because of the difference between 2 legs and 4 legs, you know, with that we saw the werewolf creature earlier. Anyway, what does he say? Well, that was fun. I will challenge the rest of you. Oh, another space there. You legion people are through my racist way of life. Okay, so not only a bit similar to Sliverrock, but yeah, it definitely should have been expanded upon. But yeah, with how he wins, you know, quite interesting that he wants to fight the rest of them. You know, I think he has the upper hand. So yeah, definitely cocky, especially after fighting them 3 here. So yeah, definitely someone who requires more effort to fight off. And yeah, now she says, fun, or I'll try this. Every werewolf has nails and teeth that weaken metal over time, including Netro. So yeah, even if Sammy weakened them first, this will definitely finish Garrett off. And I think the others will. Oh yeah, I think yeah, the others are shown to help later on. yeah, that's the mark-ups give the injection, and not to mention this is just a part of the story where she starts to become more combat active, more of a team player. So yeah, to even risk that as well, she has to help in some way. So yeah, now the detective work's been done. So yeah, just a really cool payoff, and yeah, it's just kind of exciting. Yeah, it's just also worth mentioning that you don't want the older character, the new characters to completely overlap the classics. Because like I said, both Bastos and Sammy, help on later on. They do their own useful roles, and that applies to everyone else as well. And yeah, even if Sammy didn't manipulate the armor, like that's a bit OP for this werewolf creature. They should have, like the Legion should have got hold of one of them. But I suppose there's a risk, especially with this this serum these creatures possess. A rare of, so that's what they're called. Okay, I suppose we'll continue. Alright, so now on to one of the final fight scenes. So yeah, this is pretty much part of Gary's defeat. And I think one minor thing is that as these are creatures we've seen before being spawned from the sword, so it's keeping a cap on what creatures are being spawned and the purpose for them. Like for instance, this miniature dinosaur would be like a strong one, or like a good decent charging one, because Diplodoxes, they can definitely charge well as far as I know. So yeah, it's just cool to see our Nightburst technology on 2 Zoodude there. No, Civet, I used to call him Zoodude because that's what he runs a zoo and that. And after seeing Gara being defeated, that's what Pasnos is like. Wishing that Harold would see this, to see Gara's defeat, because Harold has been definitely would have been around to see other victories, against Ozona, against Iron 4, and presumably others between then and right here. And but yeah, you can see that yeah, Gara's really losing his armor. It's really like chipping off, and you can see being exposed right there. So I think the best comparison to make is that like chimps or orangutans, where they're furry all over, but they do have like bare hands and a bare face, despite having some kind of head of hair. And that's the kind of design Gara has, and there is like a more I don't want to call it realistic, but I still do these the basic cartoon drawings, and yeah, it just gives you an idea what the characters look like, because when they're pixelated, it's just an extremely basic look for them, despite being retro and standing out. But yeah, I still like to do this cartoon drawings because, like I said, it just helps clarify what they look like. And yeah, I'm not sure if Gara's on Instagram yet to mark my Instagram, but yeah, that's where you can see what pretty much anyone looks like. And I could do showing you what the werewolf creatures look like now, whether it's the main one or and artist form right there. But yeah, she's definitely poning him, and yeah, it looks like them two are still helping out. So yeah, especially with Civet probably still forming the antidote, and we can also see that Sammy's probably back to stopping the satellite. So yeah, I think that's all I can say for this one. So yeah, let's get going. So firstly, probably my favourite instance of comedy, just having the Eurasian otter being like, hey, they've all gone, what have you missed? And it's just kind of funny because it's just a whole heap of stuff that's happening there. It's going from Gara fighting 3 of them, and then Azami like one point having to stop with the satellite because getting fought by Garrett at one point, that you can definitely assume. And yeah, then the detective comes to help in a werewolf form. So yeah, a whole heap of things have happened, and yeah, all of them just missed it because they've just been focusing on fighting robots. But at least we know that they're all gone, so that's nice. And oh yeah, these are meant to be clouds, and I can see it's making the speech bubbles a tad dodgy. Because I like clouds, they look kind of nice here, but if they do clash with this beach bubbles in that manner, then yeah, I don't think I'll do that again. So that's another design thing I'll keep in mind. And so yeah, this is like post the antidote. She's back to normal. There you go. I managed to form the right biomaterial. So you're 100% yourself. Yeah. So that's good. Yeah, she's definitely more normal. And probably a lot of implications, but at least she's totally fine. And he's managed to form the antidote. And then as past on since I'm just looking at a defeated Gara. What does the Sammy say? Oh, the satellite and the numpty are down. Let's start making some arrests. I do like the word numpty. It's rather light because I do want to make this friendly. So yeah, to use words like that, it's just more straightforward. But yeah, the lot are going to be arrested. Yeah, because no more have been killed. I don't think none of the evil side have died. So yeah, it just goes to show that the Legion do keep a couple of things. Like in the Pentology, all of those villains definitely had to go. Well, a majority of the villains definitely had to go because of their extremes, but because this is almost like an easier situation to stop. Yeah, I think that's where they're applying them a bit more justice, especially with things being less dangerous. Because when Zionfall was around, that was just like danger at every corner. But because it's more of a Legion ruled universe, yeah, they don't want to take advantage. Yeah, not like what Zionfall did. So yeah, it's just being the justice system. And this is almost like a pretty nice analogy. Seeing the villains being small and they're all defeated, the older characters admire their work, the new characters are getting on well, and then you just have the actors just getting on. So yeah, I really like how all of this looks like. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. Sorry, I'm here. Sorry, I just got halted for a second. Anyway, so this is what the prison looks like, and I have thought about like a Prison Break story, but I think I do have to be careful because you don't want to like undo the success. But I'm sure it has been done before in other media without undoing the original goal, so it's something to keep in mind, I suppose. But yeah, this is pretty much what every main villain looks like without their armor. So that's what Uppity looks like. Yeah, without his absorbing suit, that's Contra. He would have been only inside the head of that giant robot suit. But I think that could have been more clarified. But because at least those two are better communicated, because Fred has new robotic legs. Ones are definitely more immobile. To stop him from any trouble. And yeah, that's what Garrett looks like. So yeah, and also like way many pages ago, still got the naming. So Uppity, Country, Garrett, and Fawn. So you can like, it's almost like the wording kind of like matches the imagery. So that's kind of clever. Good eye for detail. But like I said, I think it would have been better to clarify what them two look like. Like without the suit, like some prior indication before this scene, because at the moment it just looks like other prisoners, even other people that used to represent Gara, because nobody would remember those two from the fight at the prehistoric planet. But yeah, this is what one of Zemi's drones sort of like, so yeah, it just looks like a miniature version of him, especially with the lightning. So yeah, I like the look of him, especially, well, it does need more realistic drawing to communicate better for what it looks like. You will be kept in here for the foreseeable future for your crimes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've done all sorts of mischief. Who knows if they'll be let go or not? No, I doubt it. Yeah, things like them, I think, definitely would be held for ages. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just galactic level trouble. Yeah, that's nobody will get off lightly with that. Also, I guess just going for looking at the drone design. So that's his blaster, that's his body. That's like its own grey jetpack, and then the eyes of seeing. So yeah, because I think it probably would have other capabilities like picking up things, and so yeah, just drones with multiple purposes. Probably will be interesting to cover more about them in the future, when doing more stories. And I think it's just the last page to go. I will say that I do like the look of the cells. I have more of an idea to make each cell different. Like have like a mini shops to call course, or even a telly to at least help them go by their day. Because I wanted these cells to be like limited, but obviously not so barren. You just get bored. But at least something to help pass the time. I think like I said, the limitation's still there, but at least it's something. So it's just, I just got something stuck. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's nearly done anyway. How about we go into the next page? So the last scene in this whole comic, and this is definitely a very nice culmination image. All the classic characters, the otters, the new cast, and a whole heap of new minions as well. It looks a tad busy. There's some blended parts I don't like, such as Binate's bit too. I like the colour of the sky, and Scape's like covered in front, which makes them look a bit odd. But other than that, if you just look carefully enough, it's it's clear enough. But it's just nice for everyone to go around. It's just a statue specifically for her, because there is already that Legion stone. That's at the independent theology, but that's at least like a representation of their biggest goal ever. But to have an individual grave for a certain being on the home mode, it's just really nice. Because so far Arvin has both Arvin and Mike have their own spots on Earth, and I think Dion would have a spot on Earth as well, but his body was chucked in the sun, wasn't it? Hopefully there should be some kind of individual statue too, especially if everyone else has one, because the Legion stone isn't enough. Anyway, so what does Nicole say? Well, thank you all for coming today to give such a very special fighter battles against both his own and even Ironfall. Like the other Legion members who we sadly lost, she will never leave our minds. I feel like that could be better, but I think that's simple, but just nice to say. Like she was definitely unique with like having two forms. One of them being more of a combat one, and be more of an animalistic fighter. It definitely makes it stand out. Sorry if I've had to, but it's been accidentally cut. I think I've said everything on the last page anyway. Just nice and straightforward, just nice ending, even if it is a tad sad. But anyway, so let's just get on to the more conclusive part. So, so this is what all the pages look like, and even in order, and they are named slightly weirdly, because not only does it help with the parts, but it just help with the social media posting as well, because I did post these all over, and but it's just kind of cool to see what they look like. You can see a large portion was spent on the prehistoric plant and the following one, and even a variety of other locations as well, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 even, and 6 at the end there, and same with the prison. But just like looking at this, and also just looking closer, what kind of I guess I do like some of the battle shots the most, just seeing the characters in different movements, and it's just a lot to look at. And because I just wonder what comic books are like nowadays. If people still like the art of looking at characters in various positions, and the dialogue, and and the settings they're in as well. But with this being the 8-bit look, as far as I can tell, I don't think there's been any other comic books that look like this. So for me to go for an 8-bit approach, it's I might have innovated comic books almost. Especially with a all free internet one as well. So I think that's also quite interesting to think about. Also, what's my favourite page? I think the one that's catching me the eye the most is the Otter one, so that's cool. Although, as I said earlier, like the transformation there, like everyone grouped up there. Oh, and this one with the army versus army, that's a very good one. And but yeah, in totality, yeah, like this whole heap of problems, but ones that can easily be fixed with the following story. The speech bubble problems and wording problems like missing words and spaces, and only a couple of visual problems like one of the clone otters being too ghostly, which he shouldn't. And but not to mention the oranges started to become more of the part of the colour palette, which I have warmed up to, so yeah, that's nice. And so yeah, yeah, that's just what it looks like over there, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, we'll conclude it properly with the final page. Alright, and then this is the poster as we end it. So I think, yeah, story-wise, I think it's fine. I think it's still interesting, has a lot of ideas. Definitely a good sequel format because not too much of the status quo has been changed and it's evolved in reasonable ways. And a whole heap of new stuff that's also kind of reasonable. But yeah, these are all the posters look like. So yeah, for some this might be the first poster you see, but there's going to be a whole lot more, especially with more story ideas I've got. But except that, I think the other story ideas will be a lot shorter and smaller. But yeah, just have the original cast at the front, the new ones at the back, and the villains below, just scattered across their battlefield. But yeah, you can see how those two look at Kara and Gloop's looking away, so that's something. And yeah, all of that's parallel as well. And yeah, this is the same title look as the pixel animations I made. So yeah, even if those animations are kind of redundant now, at least yeah, it's keeping that going. And I placed my logo there as well. It's just like a cool, nice little touch. Just to show who's created it. So yeah, I think overall it is. I think it's. I think once it's fixed, I think this story as a whole will be in a much better position, and once more is expanded with both the universe and the characters. Yeah, I think it's going to be a whole heap of cool yet sensibly created stuff to look forward to, especially if you've enjoyed the comics and my commentary in that. And yeah, I think as well as the Otter prequel, the other story ideas are just in a note form at the moment. And I'm also creating a guide, what each world consists of, because yeah, I think it would just be nice for everyone to just get a much clearer idea for what the universe is like, and then with that more understanding, there'll be a bit more engagement. So yeah, if you follow my social media, I may be posting my other videos all around at the moment, but yeah, if you keep out for it, then yeah, you'll be getting a whole heap of stuff, and yeah, I hope you enjoy them. And in the other social media, you can provide feedback, whether it's with what you like and what else I should improve upon. And yeah, sorry for the low budget with the audio and that, and just I can't afford a microphone, definitely not right now. So yeah, I think we'll end the video right there. It's been quite some time, probably one of my longest videos I've ever made, but I wanted to talk about this as a bit of clarity and exposure, and just to describe this whole thing I've made. So yeah, let's stop right there. Hope you have a good day, and yeah, see ya.